to how we're going to somewhat tailor this. I know quite a few people are from either law firms, paralegals, something of um, that area. The class is particularly for pro pers, so it is set up for pro pers, although others are welcome to listen and join and things of that nature. But all of the information that's going to be talked about today is pretty much going to be as if a pro per is completing an accounting and not necessarily a firm who's completing an accounting for their client. So I just wanted to go around and see. I'm marking people off while I'm seeing y'all join. I'm going to start, and I'm horrible with names, so I apologize up front. But how about Sherry? Sherry, you want to unmute a minute and just let me know, are you from a firm or are you pro per, hon?
Neither. I am actually a family member of a conservatee.
Okay, perfect. No, you're perfect what I want.
Okay, the right place.
Yep, absolutely. So this is going to very much be tailored towards you and learning how to assist somebody or help somebody with a conservatorship accounting that will be due. It's due typically after the first year of conservatorship appointment and then every 2 years following. So, perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay, I'm going to jump on to the next person. I believe Stephen Kahn, you're from a law firm, so I'm assuming you're just kind of learning a little bit.
I'm here to listen and see if I can pick up things I don't already know and refresh my memory for things that I do.
Okay, gotcha. Perfect. So, again, this is going to be tailored towards pro pers. You know what that is. So it'll be a little bit different than preparing it for clients, but it's still the same concept.
I get it. Thank you for letting me know.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. How about, I thought I saw Robin. I do see Robin. Robin, hun, have you had this class before?
Yeah, you probably recognize my last name.
Hi, honey. Welcome back. Welcome back.
I'm taking a refresher course because it's been a while and we're in the process of selling my mom's house and I'm in pro per.
Gotcha. Love it. Love it. Love
So
it. Well,
I just
welcome.
want to make sure I get all my ducks in a row properly.
Welcome back, sweetheart. Welcome back. So it's going to be a review for you and not necessarily new stuff that you're hearing, but
well, or it could be, you're picking up things that you might have missed on the previous classes.
Love it. Love it. Love it.
Welcome, not only that, we learn things and add it to the material.
Yes.
Not much, but yes, we do. Okay. Thank you, hun. How about Jennifer? Jennifer?
Hello.
Hi, honey.
I'm a paralegal with a nonprofit.
Okay, gotcha, honey. Thank you. How about Akil or Akel?
It's actually Akile.
Akile. Perfect. How are you, honey?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm here because I definitely do not understand the accountings that other attorneys do for my client. And I just really need to understand.
Okay, perfect. Love it, love it, love it. You're going to learn a lot today.
Thank you.
I think there is, or I saw, but I don't know if I see him now. Yeah, the entry is Ms. Bethy.
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, it's Beth Etcheverry, and I don't know. I guess the sewed up miss on the name is for that. And I'm a family member, And my sister's current conservator has failed to file her accounting for quite a while. And so I'm just curious and have a background in bookkeeping and such. So
Love it. You're going to love the class today. Love it, love it, love it. Okay, so now I have three now of everybody in so far that are doing it for a conservatorship, and I just had another one join, so I'm going to ask Angel, hun. I know you just joined, but I'm just trying to find out, hun, are you a proper or from a law firm learning accounting, hun?
Proper.
Proper. And do you have a probate, conservatorship, or guardianship case, son?
Conservatorship.
Perfect. Love the conservatorships today. Okay, so now I have 1, 2, 3, 4 that are on the conservatorship, propers, things like that. And this class is going to be tailored specifically for you. Now, I will say for the law firm, some of this might get a tiny bit boring at the beginning because you probably already know it, but I'm going to go through everything. And you can just kind of bounce in and out if, like, the inventory and appraisal, you already know and it doesn't matter to you. Okay, Rex, I'd say you go ahead with your introduction before I get started. Did you figure out how to share screens? Because you're on the accounting and I'll start on the inventory and appraisal.
Okay, yes, I did, Tamara. I click on your Cal Legal Docs and then it says make host. And you'll see the 3 dots when you turn the host back. So welcome everyone. This is a 3-hour course on fiduciary accounting. It's not really designed nationwide. Across the nation, everybody has court accounting. California, like most other aspects, has got a lot more detailed statutes that it once complied with. And so this is strictly California topics. And we are going to go through the, first of all, the inventory and appraisal. We will be using judicial counsel forms, which means the judicial council is like the board of directors underneath the California Supreme Court. They approve forms for court, and that's going to be our teaching outline. And we'll show you the differences when you can deviate from the judicial council forms. In the handout material, we should be 4 handouts. One of which is this outline that we're going to be teaching from. And it's, I want to point out the page numbers. I'm trying to get my mouse back. How come I can't move my page? I got a pencil stuck in my mouse cursor and I'm not sure how to get rid of it. Let's see. Well, technical difficulty there. So I'm gonna I love technology, sort of. I'm gonna have to relaunch that page because it's not giving me my cursor back.
Well, if you want to give it to me, I can just get started because we always run so late.
Okay, so what I was trying to explain is page numbers are on the bottom left of the forms. We are going to be covering inventory and appraisal, court accounting disclosures from financial data, and then we'll come back and Tamara will be explaining the petition for approval of accounting. And the accounting can be done by propers, it's LDAs or law firms. There's no special license to be a court accounting service provider. It's required for guardianships, conservatorships, and probates. However, for trusts, it's optional and you only need to use it if your trust is in a court environment, then it's required. Oftentimes for trust, what we'll do is when we're making a beneficiary distribution, we'll have the beneficiary sign a receipt for their distribution, and in there will be a statement that says you approve the accounting. We can't force you to approve the accounting, but if you do not approve the accounting, we need to advise you that we're going to go to court and get the court to approve the accounting. And the purpose of that is so that we can help reduce liabilities for our trustees. So liability from exposure for 3 years from claims from beneficiaries. So that's kind of an overview. I was starting out trying to share the information on our handouts. The handout number 1 is the material we're going to be teaching from. The handout number 2 I will cover after a while. It is an Excel or non-judicial counsel counting that are frequently used, but we still have to use one judicial counsel form. The third handout in your materials or linkage on your invite is we call it non-follow along handouts. And what this is, I've accumulated a lot of background information about the court accounting process, which I will explain further at a later time. But let me get the inventory and appraisal. Okay, so here we go. And this is the inventory and appraisal that Tamara's going to be covering first. And Tamara, if you'll help me out, telling me about, is this screen okay for you? Oh, no, let me give you control of the meeting. That's better.
Well, he's doing that quickly. Stephanie Hun, I saw you joined. Welcome. I just want to get real quick. Are you a pro per Hun or from a law firm just learning accounting, Hun? Maybe you don't have a mic and you can't talk.
I'm a legal document assistant. Sorry,
Okay.
my setting messed
Thank
up.
you. Thank you, honey. I'm like, either her mic isn't working. Thank you, hun. Thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to point out, Stephanie, that both Krista and I are also legal document assistants. And we're members of CALDA.
So am I.
Yeah.
And I'm a board member.
So
Of
I
CALDA.
have turned the control of the meeting over to you, Tamara. However, I wanted to see if you were going to share the screen. I have my screen being shared. There we go. I believe, no, that's looks like my screen. Let's see. No, that's your screen.
I said sharing screen.
Good.
Okay.
You're on.
Okay, everyone, welcome. Welcome again. Again, I am an LDA. I've been doing this quite some time. Several, probably about 16 different probate attorneys I work for independently, and so I prepare accountings and have been doing this a long time. And please understand some of what I say will differ per county because I'm not sure because I didn't ask what county y'all are in, but I will tell you sometimes Los Angeles County can want a little bit different things than, let's say, Contra Costa County. So sometimes even when you do it this way, you're going to get examiner notes that says one thing or another. So I'm going to start off by going through the inventory and appraisal. Anytime I am asked to do an accounting, whether it's for a pro per, whether it's for an attorney firm, whatever, the absolute first thing I'm asking for to look at, and you must have, is the inventory and appraisal. The next thing I'm going to go through once I ask for the inventory and appraisal, and by the way, I also a lot of times review other people's accountings, because say they got notes back from an examiner and they were just, they didn't understand them and their accounting wasn't quite right. First thing I'm going to do is ask for the inventory and appraisal, because that starts. Without an inventory and appraisal, it's very difficult. I've done them. In fact, I did one yesterday for a trust that the trustee did not do an inventory and appraisal because they don't necessarily have to. So I had to start off my accounting a little bit in a different manner. But all in all, the sample we have up is a sample we've been using for many, many years, and it does contain the information as if it was prepared by a law firm, but I do want you to ignore that. Pretend it is a blank piece of paper, and then I'm going to go through how to complete it. I will stop and ask questions many times throughout this. I will even ask you to answer my question just to make sure y'all are up, y'all have your coffee, and you're not falling asleep listening to me talk. I can understand if you do, but so let's start off. First thing is going to be your header piece, which is right here. I do again have attorney information. Instead, what you will do is whomever is the conservator or whoever is going to be presenting this, whether you are a administrator, whether you're a guardian, whether you're a conservator, whatever the case may be, you will put your name and address right here in this section. Of course, you will not have a bar number, although we all wish we did. And you will not use this words right here. You're going to move down and enter your phone number. Fax number is optional. But I always state it's very important to include an email address. A lot of times, especially for pro pers, the court, whether it be the clerk, the examiner, the whomever it may be, if they wish to send any information, they're going to be looking for an email address for you. Down here where it says attorney for, you will repeat your name or the name that you've indicated up here. And you can put pro per, pro se, and or conservator, but typically if you're pro per, I usually would put David Lowry, conservator pro per. It tells the court you are not represented and you completed this form on your own. Next, you will want to find whatever county you're in, and you will indicate the county you're in and the address. A lot of times, if you don't know the branch or the actual courthouse name or something like that, I will just typically put in probate here. And Kay, I'm marking you down, welcome. So I will just put probate here. Okay, so now we're getting down to the meat of this inventory and appraisal. So even though this says estate of, it might not necessarily be an estate, because estate of, well, typically refers to a decedent. Usually we use the words in re, I-N-R-E, for conservatorships and guardianships. But in this case, you will put the conservatee's name. Well, let me back up. You will either put the decedent's name or the conservatee's name or the minor's name. Or if it is a trust, you will put the trust name here and you would not mark any of these boxes. Any questions on just that section? Awesome. Moving down to this side over here, you will have to indicate the case number, which was assigned to you. At the beginning, it's your same case number that goes all the way through. And I'm going to skip this portion and come back here. This is a very important box, so I'm going to skip and come back here. So I'm going to run briefly through how to know which box here you will want to mark. So the first one could be a partial. Typically, this is not done by pro pers. This is more done by law firms. And there's a specific reason why sometimes we will use this box partial. And I'll give you very quick examples. Say, for instance, I know it's going to take me a long time to get a probate referee to value property or assets that are non-cash assets. Sometimes I want to, if I don't know yet what, because say the person was just appointed, they haven't been able to go to a bank yet. They haven't been able to secure what cash assets were, and I want to get the probate referee started. I would do a partial and then just complete section 2, and then later on I need to come back and do a final, which means all of my assets. Now, when you are going to do an accounting, you want to make sure you are only looking at the final. It is very important you're only looking at a final. So a lot of times if I get accountings, somebody asks me to help or do them, and it is marked partial, I'll look at this and go, I can't start your accounting yet. I need to have a final. They'll say, well, that's the only one I filed. Well, you have to file something that shows me it's a final. Okay, so that's the only reason why partial. Well, there's probably many other reasons why partial, but that's the most common one. So then we have final. Basically, that means you have reported every single asset that is owned by either or was owned by the decedent, is currently owned by the conservatee, and is currently owned by the minor. Let me give you a very, very quick example of 2 days ago. I had a county come through, and the law firm that I was assisting with had a very different vision of the inventory and appraisal and how they were going to complete it. Because what happened, it was a guardianship. Mom and dad divorced. Part of the divorce decree was that a child gets dad's 401k and things of that nature. It took a little while to get mom appointed as the guardian. Mom got appointed as the guardian. She had not set up cash accounts yet for the guardian, and they were just unclear how to indicate things on the inventory and appraisal. Make sure that you understand that it truly is what assets do you have on this specific date, and this specific date only. And I will get into, once we start looking at the schedules, how you will indicate, for instance, if I knew that father ended up passing away and father ended up, or the child ended up inheriting much more. And the real question was, what was the date of appointment? And did you have that asset on the day of appointment? And we'll get into what is the day of appointment. So I'll swing back to that.
Now, oh.
Yes, Sonny, I'm listening.
Oh, I just had a question as in, can you do a final inventory and appraisal thing? And does it always have to go to a referee or?
No, and I will get into a little bit down the form, honey.
Okay,
when
that's
it
fine.
goes,
Okay, go
when
ahead.
it goes and when it does not. But I will cover that. And if I don't, remind me, honey.
Okay,
But
thank
I
you.
will.
And
Yes.
also, I'd like to point out that we have a chat feature in this meeting. And if you write questions in there while Tamara's speaking, I'll attempt to answer your questions in the chat.
But I would rather you try and let everybody else hear also. So it's okay, Robin, very good, but I will cover that as we go down, honey.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh. Okay, so the next one could be a supplement. Just, I'm gonna go real quick through this because there's many examples, but a supplement will be, say for instance, I turned in a final and I found later that I did not include something that, an asset that I have, and I have to report it, right? So how would that case be? Say I do a final and report everything, and then all of a sudden I go to the state of California and find there's some unclaimed property that I can, that's an asset that I can gain. Most of the time I tell people, if it's below like $100, the time and energy to get that money is going to be horrific. But in that case, if I've already filed a final, there's two different ways. I can either supplement, meaning I'm just adding to what I've already done, or it's a corrected, and I'll tell you the difference between the two. So a corrected inventory and appraisal is only if you completed the inventory and appraisal and the amounts you reported in your accounts are different than what are on the bank statements. And I will get into that in further once we go down this teaching course. The next one will be a reappraisal for sale. So this typically happens if the conservatee owns a home and you, at the time of appointment, did your first inventory and appraisal, and then it's been over a year since you did this inventory and appraisal, and you now wish to sell the conservatee's home. You would have to complete what's called a reappraisal for sale and only include the property that's being reappraised. So that's the reason why you would use that box. And then the property tax certificate, I've never in my many years ever used this box. So it's not one that you will ever use as a pro per either, that I believe. Okay, I'm going to slide over to the very important date that you must have because it ties to everything. And that is the date in this box. Now, if you will read, it says date of death of the decedent. So if I have a decedent and not a conservatee, I would indicate what is the date of death here. If I have a conservatorship or a guardianship case, it is very important that this date right here, and I'm going to say it 100 times because I see them wrong 9 times out of 10, more times than I see them right. This date is the date you were originally appointed by the court. The hearing date that appointed you, either the conservator or the guardian. Now, it could be that you're appointed first as a temporary, Or it could be that you're appointed as a permanent. If you're appointed as a temporary, you will still use that appointment date. Now, most of the time, if you're confused or don't understand, how do you find that date? If it's a decedent's estate, you will find it on the form that's called DE, which is decedent's estate. And the form numbers are up here, DE 140. If it is a guardianship or a guardianship or a conservatorship, it is on the GC, and sometimes it can be a 340. And in like a case I saw yesterday, it was done on a GC 240. Basically, you'll see the judge's signature on the date that you were appointed, and that's the day you must use. If you use any other date and you do your accounting, I can guarantee the entire accounting will be thrown out by the probate examiner, in that they will issue notes stating you were appointed on XYZ date. Why is your accounting starting on a different date? And if that is one of your examiner notes or tentative rulings, your entire accounting must be redone. There's no way to correct it. Well, you can correct it, but you would correct it and mend it. Basically, you're turning in a brand new accounting. So you don't want to go through wasting all your time, because it's going to be a lot to have the wrong start date. And we'll get into this date right here is the date that starts your accounting. Any questions on just this section? Yay. Okay, I'm gonna move down. We're down to the appraisals and the attachments. So the first attachment is attachment 1. This is the only attachment that either the representative, the guardian, or the conservator may value the assets. On attachment 1, and I'm going to switch screens, so I don't want to make you dizzy switching screens. On attachment 1, you will see it is a tiny bit different. Let me go back. This is the GC 160 form. Your attachments, both 1 and 2, are on what's called a GC 161 form. So just the very next form. It will be blank. You will indicate the same information that you indicated here. And this case number here will go up in this upper heading. This is going to be a blank form, so you will need to indicate it's attachment 1. Now we're going to go through examples of things that can be on attachment 1, but you need to remember if you just really put your head to it, you will be able to figure out what goes on attachment 1 and what goes on attachment 2. Attachment 1 is only cash. Nothing else. You don't even have to guess, right? But cash can be coins. It can be a check that's been received but uncashed. It can be a Social Security check, which Social Security don't mail checks really much anymore. They direct deposit. So that's kind of something that's basically from older, days. So you're talking a checking, a savings, a money market account, a CD, again, in our case, this person had a pension that they didn't cash the check. So as a conservatee or conservator and a guardian, what that means is your date of appointment, you are supposed to go to either the conservator's home or let's say the guardian's home, and you're probably mom or dad or auntie or whatever, so it's very easy. And you need to figure out, what do you have? What assets did you take control of? So examples are cash found And typically this is cash found in the person's wallet, just laying around the house. But again, most of the time this means cash found in their wallet or their little purse, or in my parents' case, it was envelopes in the closet that I found later. And I know you very young kids will say, people kept money in their envelopes in the closet. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. So, if your parent is of the a little bit older, let's say, and God forbid they pass away, checking their either their drawers where they have their personal items, so that would be their, bedroom drawers and closets. Very good idea, because you're gonna find some cash. I guarantee it. Right? And Kay's laughing. She knows what I'm talking about, right, Kay?
Yes, you're right.
So cash found, I don't necessarily put the address or where the conservatee lives or anything of that nature. I will just say cash, and I indicate what amount of cash I found. 2, balance in a checking account. Be very, very careful, because courts are very strict about you keeping some information confidential. Please do not ever indicate the entire account number. I myself use the last 4 digits. Sometimes people use 5 digits. Whatever it is that is an indicator, trust me, the court does not want you to indicate the full account number, because this is public information. Anybody can come get this information, and you giving out the conservatee's full account number, where the bank is, and everything like that, and the balance they have in that bank, absolutely not. Please do not. And if you do, the court is going to write you back on the examiner note and state, please tell us why you breached the confidentiality of the person you're taking care of. They will not like it. So please be very careful about doing that. Now, I only put balance in a checking account 1, 2, 3, 4. And I will indicate the bank, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, Credit Union, whatever. I do not indicate the address of the bank. It is not necessary. And I've never had a court tell me, we want your address of that. Please, you do not need that if you don't know it. So please make sure, and this is the number one thing that I notice when I review accountings for other firms or for other pro-pers. What I'm looking for, I will ask for this bank statement. I will ask for all the bank statements because I need them, but I will look at, the first thing I'm looking at is date of appointment. Okay, March 8th. Let's go to that bank statement that shows me what is the balance on March 8th. And I'm making sure the balance indicated here is the exact balance I see on March 8th. Please understand, people who did old accountings, banks used to not give a daily balance. So there were times, no kidding, that I had to take, okay, bank statement started on the 1st and ended on the 31st. How on earth do I figure out what balance was on the 8th? And that is the common error that people make. They just give me the balance that was on the 1st, which is not correct. So what I do is take what was the balance on the 1st, what checks were deposited or what was deposited, so I'll add that to the balance, and then what was paid in checks that went out, disbursements, so I'll subtract that and I will get to a balance on my own. Again, most bank statements are very nice. They give you a daily balance. So watch very closely that the balance on this date of appointment is the balance you put here. If it is even off by a penny, you will never balance your accounting. Never. So Again, first thing I'm looking for when people tell me, Tam, I can't balance, please help me. I can't figure out what it is that I'm not balancing for. These are specific things I know to look for because I know they're the number one error, right? So again, what will also happen is if you do it yourself and someone like me who does them doesn't review them, but you're pretty confident you did it right, the examiner will say the exact same words that I said to you. Maybe not the exact same words, but what they're going to say is, we don't see that your balance on date of appointment is accurate, or according to the bank statements we look at, because you must submit them, the balance appears different than what you've indicated. What that will cause you to do is now correct your inventory and accounting and redo your entire accounting, because now it doesn't match and you don't balance and other things like that. So again, please make sure you're very careful that this balance is the day of appointment. Moving savings account, same exact thing as checking. A CD, a lot of times for CD accounts, what I like to do is see like a certificate of deposit. Sometimes they come in a bank statement looking form. Sometimes it's just one sheet of paper that says something when they bought it or something like that. I will do my best to try and figure out what it was, the balance. So I typically, again, put, do not put the full account number, put the bank, but I do not list any of this other information. I put the balance here and I continue down. Now, again, you may have uncashed checks, you may not. You may have one line item. Do you know you may not have anything on this attachment one? And I do several accountings where my attachment one right here says 0, 0. So there's nothing on here, meaning there was no cash whatsoever in this estate of the decedent. Typically, you will not see that if it's a conservatorship accounting or a guardianship accounting, or it could on a trust accounting if the trust is already distributed or something of that nature, or the trust has done different things where they've put pay on death on the checking account or something like that, then that would not go on this accounting. So here I've indicated that I found a check payable to the conservatee. It was uncashed, and I put the amount of the check. Social Security, same thing, amount of the check. And then a dividend. Understand that there's two ways if there is asset accounts that are stock or things of that nature that have to do with paying out dividends instead of interest. Many times there are two ways. Dividends can be paid out in a check, and typically that's done for people who are over a certain age that the dividend needs to be paid out, as opposed to reinvesting it, because that's the other option. The other option is to just that whoever owns JP Morgan, whoever owns the portfolio will just keep your dividend and reinvest it, meaning buy more stock, buy more bonds, buy more whatever is part of the portfolio, right? And so it'll just be a reinvested dividend. You will not include that on this. This is only if it's a check that will be deposited into a checking or savings or whatever account, and you will make sure you want to put that. Lastly, keep going. You may have more, you may have less. Don't be concerned. Put what you have, not the sample, right? At the bottom of the form, you're going to put total cash assets. I title mine a little bit different. I put total attachment 1 assets is what I put. But you put either one. I don't think it matters. And so what I'll do is total up all of this column. I will take a, calculate, I just total it up. I use Excel because I trust it more than my fingers on a calculator. So I'll just throw these numbers quickly in Excel, and then I will get to my number down here. One thing that is important, or this is a perfect time to stop. Is there any questions about items that would go on attachment 1?
Yes, I have questions.
Yes, honey, go for it.
My sister and I are currently temporary conservators.
Uh-huh.
That was as of the end of January.
Sorry, let me confirm. You're conservator of the estate, or you're conservator of the person and the estate, correct?
Right, both.
Okay, perfect.
Yes. So our father passed away.
Mhm.
Our conservatee was a dependent on our father's taxes. Our conservatee does not have a checking account. But we all received some monies through our father's insurance and 401k. There are monies that aren't in check form. They're just sitting in like a Charles Schwab account that our conservatee has not accessed. So when I do this form, how do I account for those monies? Like do it, I guess my question is the amount that I put online maybe six or well, none of those are in check.
That's correct, honey. You're gonna have to wait till we get to attachment 2.
Okay.
And all I will say is on the day of your appointment, the cash or the money was in the account. It doesn't matter the name on the account was in the account for the person. So you would typically indicate the amount that was being held somewhere, the amount that this conservatee inherited, but it won't go on attachment 1. We'll get there in just a minute.
Okay. And so for any checks that still haven't been cashed because there's no bank account, I would still use the January date of our conservatorship.
You, one, I would say, please, if you need further guidance, please contact an attorney and just ask that real quick question. But I myself would likely put a different line item here that says inheritance from father and indicate that amount of that check.
Okay.
Because you're allowed to do that also. If there is an inheritance, again, you know that typically the reason for a guardianship, particularly, and I'm using just that one, is most of the time, not always, but most of the time it is a minor that cannot inherit. So you have to wait till the appointment of the guardian, because that means the guardian will then manage whomever's assets until they're 18. So that I would just put inheritance from blah, 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 father, mother, and I'd put a name, father, mother, whomever, and that check amount. But that would go on attachment 1. But your other example you mentioned before that will go on attachment 2. Hun.
Okay, thank you.
But we're going to get there. Any other questions? Okay, I'm going to move on.
I did have a question.
Sure, go for it, hun.
How would you handle this when you have a married conservatee? So they have community property.
Yeah, that gets a little bit tricky. I've done many of those, and it's funny, they're so different. You need, if it's a joint account with 2 people, whether they're married or not, right? It doesn't matter if they're married. If they're joint tenancy on an account, it would not matter if they're married or not. But you have to remember, if you are the conservator of just one or the administrator, well, you wouldn't do it as an administrator because a joint tenancy, the other person takes the account. But so as a conservatorship, you need to take the balance and divide it by 50% and only report 50% because only 50% belongs to the conservatee.
Okay, thank you.
Make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions? Oh, good. Okay. Now, again, the bottom of the form where my total goes will go up here on this line item. See the number? What is the total of attachment 1? So I have put this number here. Now, let me tell you, most of the forms you'll get offline. You might have a little bit of problems because they don't allow you to put periods and most of the time and put cents like this. So it can be challenging unless you know your way around Adobe and things like that to manually change it on your own. So if it's a challenge, I understand, but it's just how the forms work. Okay, and next is attachment 2. Please see, it says appraised by the probate referee. A lot of people ask me, how do I know who the probate referee is? Again, if you look at these forms on your DE 140, if it's a decedent's estate, or your GC 240 or 340 now, you will see that the order which appointed you as either the administrator, the conservator, or the guardian, right at the bottom, right before the judges, in some cases, let's say the DE 140, right before the judge signs and dates your order, they will indicate the probate referee below. If you find that your order does not indicate a probate referee, then there are other forms that you will fill out. I know for Los Angeles and counties down in Los Angeles, there is what they call a P as in Paul, R as in Robert form. I can't think of the specific number, but it is almost like an ex parte that you complete and request a probate referee after the appointment. So you would have to look and find out those forms if you do not have a probate referee. Otherwise, it could be done on a pleading paper stating a probate referee was not given. Most of the time it's because when you filled out the DE 111 at the very beginning or the GC forms, the guardianship conservatorships at the very beginning, you did not tell the court that you had non-cash assets. So the court does not mark or give you a probate referee, and or if you were completing the forms yourself and did not mark the box that you needed a probate referee, they will not issue one. So if you were not given one, then you need to go back to the court and figure out how to request a new one, because every court has a little bit different manner of how they would provide you with the probate referee. So again, probate referees only value attachment 2. So I'm going to move on to what would be attachment 2. Sorry, the form's a tiny bit crooked, but you will notice it's the exact same form as attachment 1, exact same form. But again, remember, this is going to be blank, so you must fill it out. And this is blank. So instead of indicating attachment 1 like we did on the first one, you're just going to indicate attachment 2. Okay, in this sample, it's only a 1-page form. You may have more if you have a lot of assets. Let me just tell you, I get bonds sometimes. for older people that bought them in 1968 and even back further. And do you know that the one time I had 10 pages of single line item bonds, and Lord, it took me forever, but I felt bad for the probate referee who had to value the doggone thing. But you must list bonds separately, every single one of them, and they will have little series numbers we'll get into in a minute. So you could have 10 pages. That's the most I've ever seen. And I was done by the time I had to try and follow line items, and I thought I was confused, and I duplicated a number and had to go back, and it was horrible. Anyway, let's start out with, what are your attachment to assets? Attachment to assets are non-cash assets, can be anything that's non-cash. Right? It just can't be spent instantly. So you can't take a car and spend it instantly. No, you have to sell it. You have to transfer title. You have to blah, 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 go on, right? Real property. So in my, there's a little bit, when I do mine, I'm a little bit different. First thing I indicate on mine is it 100% owned? Is it 50% owned? Is it 25% owned? What is the interest that your conservatee has? And let me tell you, typically you will not see on a guardianship case there's a house, because there's all the laws they have about transferring a house into a minor's name and so on and so forth. So pretty much I'm talking about a conservatorship or a decedent. It is very important for the probate referee to know, because they have no idea if it's 100% owned, 50% owned, 75% owned. Find out what the percentage of ownership is on the property that you're talking about. Because I had one Monday, I think it was, where the person that was a pro per that came to me for help said, hey, my mom owned this townhouse and I'm trying to sell it, and escrow came back to me and said, somebody else is on this deed. And he is flabbergasted. No, my mom owned it all. And through looking at deeds and materials, I worked very, very much with not the pro per, but more escrow and title, and figured out that his grandmother owned 50% and his mom only owned 50, and he had no idea. So we had to rush a probate real quick because a house is already in escrow. And they don't want to lose the buyer. They don't want to lose, and it's like, what? So again, this could happen. So find out the percentage of ownership. I indicate as much as I can. I myself am able to run deeds, so I will indicate 100%, 50% ownership in the real property in the city of, county of. And a lot of this can be found online, just doing a search by typing in the address. Sometimes the realtor will tell you. Sometimes, you can get it many different ways. I can go to the county assessor and I can look up property tax on properties. And a lot of times I can get my details that way. I give as much information as I can. County of, state of California described. I look at the legal description and I indicate the legal description. A lot of times propers they don't know that. Honey, just give as much information as you can. So you will see a legal description. Then I separate it out and make a separate line item and write commonly known as and put the address of the property. That just kind of makes it stand out a little bit for my probate referee who is valuing the property. And I separate and do a different line item for my APN number, which is the assessor's parcel number. So I give as much details. There's another real quick thing that you must really be careful about, especially if it's a conservatorship account and you're thinking about selling the property anytime during the conservatorship. Like say, for instance, you know your mother went into a home that's dementia. She has dementia. Dementia clients, unfortunately, and it's a horrific disease, they do not get better. Most times they just don't. They will be in the home they are at, or your home, or a family member's home, the rest of their life, and they will not be going back home. So you have to consider if you have to sell the home because you need those funds for her care facility, or the rest of mom's life, whatever it will be. But just remember, a conservatorship account, you must get prior permission to sell the property. But anyway, so you will really want to put as much details as you can. What I was getting at is sometimes it is very important to indicate, and I do on many of mine, to the probate referee. For instance, some of the homes, squatters get in. It's the number one thing that happens. I see it all the time. Squatters get into grandma's home because she hasn't been there for some time. They rip out walls. They will rip out copper pipings. They rip out toilets. Very strange thing. You can't be selling a toilet on the black market, but it still happens all.
Yeah, I know. You only get a shitty price for those anyway.
Very much, right? But it's the craziest, wildest things. Like the other big thing, and I can't figure out why, and somebody will know, but I can't figure out, is hot water heaters. Like, do people walk downtown just carrying a hot water heater all over the damn place?
The problem with the water heaters is inside is copper pipe.
Okay, well, great. They're heavy. They're not easy to lug around. You're going to be seen for sure if you're walking down the street with a hot water heater, but they are taken all the time. So if those kind of things are happening, or a lot of times I'll even indicate to my probate referee, hey, by the way, this has to be an all cash offer because it cannot be financed because it is in such it needs many repairs. That indicates to the probate referee he is not giving top dollar. He's going to take these things into consideration and give you a much lower value. And that's important because you have to remember other beneficiaries see these details. And when another beneficiary sees a house, oh my God, it's $1 million. They're thinking dollar signs in their head, like going to a casino and winning the lottery. That's exactly what goes through people's heads. And then what comes down to is when you get to go sell that property and you get 500,000, do you know the number one thing that will happen that very last second? You will be in court because that beneficiary wants to know what happened to the other $500,000 you just lost him. And she, in their mind, you just lost them $500,000. So it's very important to indicate the condition of the property if it is not in pristine. Now, I'm not talking about the lawns tore up or other things, the paint, it needs a little bit more paint or anything like that. No, that's little stuff. I'm talking about serious things in the property. I have another one, because there's no hot water heater, there's no hot water running through this house. Another one, the toilet is gone. Like, okay, you're not getting lender financing if a toilet's gone. Trust me. Another one, which was very simple, but CO2, oxygen, smoke detectors, all of that, go buy them. That's not a number one thing I would put on here, but just indicate as much as you can about the property. My second one is a vacation home. Again, I'm gonna list the same details as much as I can, what city, what everything about it, assessor's parcel, commonly known address. Other things that might be, which is part of property, is household furniture and furnishings. Please don't think you need to list everything. You're not listing mattresses. You're not listing dressers. You're not listing coffee tables. You're not listing microwaves and things of that nature. This encompasses everything in there. It's a very low dollar figure. So I've had somebody come back. What do you mean? They said the whole house is full and the probate referee gave $1,000. Well, I can't change that. And basically, that's probably all it's really worth. So don't be so concerned about it. If you have something that's in that house, like an antique something that's worth a lot of money, paintings or other things, we'll get to that. Do not put it and group it in here. Don't put it at all. You want to list it separately, what it is, what it's made from, maybe how big it is, how heavy it is, maybe if you know when it was, something about it to indicate to a probate referee, because they know how to value these things. That's their job. Okay, so that would be a separate line item. You could have shares in a mutual fund. Please understand this can get highly complicated in that if your conservatee, yes, conservatee has a mutual fund, more than likely they don't have one stock thing. They could have shares in hundreds of different things. If you have something like that, you must list each share separately, like grouping. So it could be 1425 shares of Safeguard, 1,000 shares of Apple, 5 shares of Quamcall. It could be, I could go on and on. You must list everyone separately. Do not lump all of the shares or the stocks into one thing. Like, don't say they have 10,000 shares in Charles Schwab. What does that mean? Every share sells for a different price. It's worth a different value. You must separate them out and figure it out. That takes you going to the brokerage account, getting a statement, the last statement. If you have to call the brokerage account and say, can you help me? I don't know how to read these, something like that. You need to find out every amount of share and what the value was on the day of appointment. Now, a lot of times you'll get into, once Rex gets into, you're going to have a cost base as opposed to a market base. So you're going to, that's going to be all part of what you'll get into in the accounting further. But remember, you will give no values. I don't care if you know them or not. It is not your job. Only the probate referee values them. Your only job is to indicate what you have. I'm going to move down to savings bonds. Again, we got into this. They have 7. You cannot do it this way. You have to list every savings bond separately. They will all have a series number and when they were issued. Because if these savings bonds were issued at different times, although this says they weren't, they will have different values. List them separately. Now, one of the funny things is people always ask me, why do you have a diamond ring? Let me tell you, I've had a couple of cases where, again, realize this is going to beneficiaries. You're telling beneficiaries what you have of the conservatee's assets. We had a conservatee who had, I think, an engagement ring and a wedding ring, and they were 2 different rings. And of course, the wedding ring was much bigger and the engagement ring was much smaller. But one was going to one son and one was going to another son. And the conservator was the mother of the son that was getting the smaller part of the wedding ring. Well, the conservator decided it wasn't fair, that she wanted her, because her son got engaged first, or had some kind of crazy story. He got engaged first, so she gave him the bigger ring and he gave it to his fiance. And by the time the smaller ring got to the other boy who was getting it caused so much chaos. And the conservatee said, I only did an inventory and appraisal and listed one ring because that's all I found. Now, I don't know, who's to say? And she's right. What should have happened, or what could have happened, was everybody got a copy of the inventory and appraisal. There was only one ring listed on there. You immediately at that point go, hold on, wait a minute, where's the other one? Like, he's getting one, I'm getting one, where's the other? You only listed one. That's your opportunity. That's what you want to do. And let's say, I will just say, it didn't turn out well for that conservator who did that. And yes, she had to get back the ring from the fiance, which that would have been truly embarrassing. Because now this woman who's been wearing this ring, it's no longer hers, and so on and so forth. But so please be very careful. List everything. I myself will tell you just real quick, I have a hard time with this because I'm not a diamond person. It just, they don't matter to me. It's just me, sorry. And I don't mean to offend anybody, but I don't think I could tell the difference between a 2 or a 3. Yes, I know it's a little bit bigger, but really a 4, it's big, but I can't tell you what size it is because it's just not my thing. Maybe ask people, but please safeguard it and keep it. Make sure you put all of your assets. And then again, at the bottom, it'll say total non-cash assets. You'll leave this blank because the only person who is going to put values in here is the probate referee. Any questions on attachment 2? I need to quickly move on because we're running back. Any questions?
There's cryptocurrency. Where would it be listed?
Cryptocurrency, it goes on attachment 2, honey. Anything that you would, sometimes you could think, you can also, please also use the internet AI. You can type in, and I could be wrong because I've never listed crypto, but do a, for an inventory and appraisal, what schedule would cryptocurrency go on? And you will find the answer. It will tell you attachment 1 or attachment 2.
Thank you.
I've done it many times with many other things.
When you do a final inventory and appraisal, it does have to go to the referee?
Absolutely. If you have attachment to assets, if you only have cash and no non-cash assets, then no, it does not go to the probate referee. So if let's go back, attachment 2 reads 0 because you only had cash. I have many of those that read that way. Because you only have cash, then this does not go to the probate referee. It will put 0 here.
Oh, because the only reason why I'm asking is because most of it's all the same that they were going to go through, except for like the furniture part.
If you have furniture and you want it listed, the only person who can value it is a probate referee.
Well, it's gone now. So we dumped it because it wasn't worth anything.
Then
we're selling, the house is getting sold.
Right. If it wasn't of value and you gave all the beneficiaries the opportunity to come and get something if they wanted it.
Yes, I did that.
You really should talk to an attorney and not listen to my guidance But
Okay.
in that case, I wouldn't even put it on there, me personally.
Well, I just put it on the partial one, so that's why.
If you put it on the partial one, then it has to stay there.
Okay.
And
All right,
on
thank
your
you.
accounting, you're gonna have to put it out as you discarded it.
Okay, thank you.
We'll go through that portion. Okay, so again, let's quickly go back here because I took a lot of time with explanations. So again, you will leave this blank. The probate referee, when you send it to them, once they value attachment 2, they will put a value in here, and typically they'll provide totals. Then it will come back to you. You are going to have already completed these sections. So before you send it to the probate referee, number 3 is you have included all of your assets, meaning you issued a final, or you only reported some, which means you only did a partial. So you're either final or partial, or corrected and everything is there, or supplement, everything is there, or it's going to be a partial. No, I only gave you part of it and I will complete the rest later. Right here, you would mark the box. If you have no attachment to assets, you will mark this box. No probate referee is required. Otherwise, you will mark this box and it says what order. Find that order that states that probate referee's name and put the date that the judge signed that order. Again, it's going to be the DE 140, or it's going to be the GC 240 or GC 340. Or sometimes you might get some other type of order that lists it on. Put the date of that order. Down here is property tax. Please understand, you will either you must mark these boxes. So 4, you have to mark one or the other. 3, you have to mark one or the other. 5, you have to mark one or the other. So either you're going to mark this box, meaning there was no real property. This only relates to real property. Only. You're going to say, I only had cash, so I had no real property, no house, no vacation home, no, no land that's blank, non fixed up land. You are going to mark this box, no property. Otherwise, you will mark this box stating you have notified the county assessor for where the property is located, that there has been a change in ownership, or there's a death of the decedent, or a change in ownership would be you, the conservator, are now taking over for the conservatee. You must notify the county assessor. That's a totally different form too. It's not part of this class. Now, moving on, you will not date it right now. You will wait till it comes back from the probate referee, but you want to make sure once you sign this, you are going to put the date you signed it. Again, do not sign before it comes back from the probate referee. You will put your name here, your name, not whatever name you put up here. Your name goes here. Again, you don't have an attorney, so your name will also go down here. In the case where an attorney completes this, the client's name, the client's name, which is right here, will go on this line, and the attorney goes down here.
I have a quick question.
Yes.
And you might have said it already, so I do apologize. For number 5, if the conservatee is still alive, what do we check if they have real property?
If they have what? Last 3 words?
If they have real property.
Okay, if they have real property, and hun, let me start off by saying, I don't care if you've asked it 100 times. If you're not clear and I haven't answered it to a way you want to know it, please do not feel bad to ask me 100 times. You will not, nothing will happen, I promise you.
Thank you.
Please make sure you know. So if you haven't, I'm sorry, your question was you have a real property, you have a conservatee, but you have not notified them that you are the conservatee?
No, so do which box do we check? Because it says if they are own property at the time of death and they're alive.
Yeah, no, it's same thing still, that you would still indicate to the assessor there has been a change in what they call ownership or a change in the person who is now responsible to pay the property taxes of real property.
Okay, so it's not an actual change of ownership.
Correct. It is not. They still maintain it. You're just turning in that you are now the conservator and responsible for property taxes and any type of assessments or say they issue you need to get it cleaned up or they issue a fine later. You're responsible for that. That's all they need to know.
On 5B, that's a requirement when there's a probate, a decedent's estate, the county gets a notice that's not recorded, it says notice of death of real property owner, and it has to do with the revenue taxation code, and it allows the assessor to reassess the property at some point for higher property tax.
Is that's what's
But also the fact that it also, even though you mark this box, doesn't mean the property tax will increase because you have the opportunity to file a parent-child or a grandchild if that exclusion criteria applies to you. So, but you still must mark one of these two boxes on your inventory and appraisal. So moving down to, we're talking about bond now, which is the bottom of the form. So there, you must mark one of these three boxes. You're either going to mark the bond was waived, meaning at your appointment, you were not, the court did not force you to submit a bond before your appointment, or you did file a bond, you would mark this box, mark the amount of the bond, and you're either going to mark sufficient or insufficient. I'm going to test you all. This is going to be one quick test. I want to make sure you're listening, which you're asking questions, so I know you are. But say the court gave you a $20,000 bond and said, okay, you get a $20,000 bond. You've already indicated your cash is 57,844.59. Would you mark this box sufficient or would you mark this box insufficient? Whoever speaks first, go. Beth, go ahead, honey.
Oh, insufficient,
Right on. And why?
because it has to match the value. The
Your
bond has to match
bond,
the value of the assets.
correct. Your bond needs to be match or more than your assets. Now, let me say, even if you mark this box insufficient, that doesn't mean the judge is quickly going to see it and then raise your bond and you have to pay more for a bond right now. I've not ever seen it happen, and I mark them insufficient all the time. You're just being honest. It gives the court the idea and the examiner the idea that maybe she puts on a note to the judge at the next hearing to increase the bond, and maybe not. So don't be concerned about, oh my God, it's insufficient. Now I got to go to the bond company and I have to raise the bond. And what do I do? And don't worry about that kind of stuff, hon. Just complete it accurately with the information you have and be honest about it. Now, sometimes for a guardianship account, you would mark this account because there's money in a blocked account. If there is, you're going to mark this box, state the amount. You're going to say money's in the blocked account at Wells Fargo Bank. That's all I list, or Bank of America, or wherever it is. So the court is not concerned with this money disappearing any way, shape, or form because you cannot take money from a blocked account without having a court order. No bank ever will allow you to do it. So there, you're going to put a date, you're going to put your name, and then you're going to sign it. Again, this is not done until you get it back from the probate referee. Part 2 of the form, we're almost done. Part 2 of the form, again, fill out your caption up here, mark the box, whether it's a decedent or conservatee. You will leave box 9, 10. You will leave this page completely blank. It is only to be filled out by the probate referee. What they will do is put what their compensation was, if they have any expenses, mileage, toll bridge, copies, research, anything like that, and they put the total. They must be very, they must put forth what they are charging the client to the court, and it must state on this form. Now, if they complete this and you get a different amount of invoice, you are allowed to question it. Don't pay it. You ask why on the inventory and appraisal it said the total was this and you're charging me a different amount. I've never seen it, so I'm just saying, just in case that happens. The probate referee will date it, they will do all of this, and they will mail you back your entire package. Your entire package going to the probate referee must have this every page. So it'll be page 1 of the inventory and appraisal, page 2, attachment 1, attachment 2, and that will all go to the probate referee. You will wait to get it back, and then this is what I use to start the accounting. Now, this is the perfect time. I'm going to ask real quick any questions, and then I am giving this back to Rex for probably the next hour, and then I will come back and do the petition. So is there any questions about the inventory and appraisal before he starts? Awesome. Oh, go ahead.
What?
Go ahead, Sherry. Sorry.
I'm just curious about what would someone be taking out a bond for? What is it for?
Okay, the bond. What the bond does is if the court feels that they need to have some type of protection that any of the particularly cash assets don't disappear, and I know you'll probably laugh and go, well, they don't just disappear. You would not believe, I will say 9 times out of 10, when money disappears, nobody knows anything about it. Nobody. So you'll be amazed how much money disappears, honey. What it means, I apologize, is the court is just protecting every bit of cash. So say, for instance, somehow, some way, cash ends up missing. You do your accounting. You don't want to tell the court cash ended up missing. You just do your accounting, and the court finds out, because they will, hey, what happened to $1,000, or what happened to this? You go, oh, I don't know. I have no idea. You know, but you have no idea. Likely what could happen is the court would then go to your bond company and have your bond company replace that $1,000 cash that disappeared. And it is put back, and then the bond company then comes after you for replacing that $1,000 that they just gave. A bond is just like an insurance of a car for a car accident, or just it is very much an insurance. If something happens to the assets, I apologize. If something happens to the assets and they disappear, then the court has a way of getting back the value of that asset through your bond. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Any more questions? Okay, I'm going to stop sharing. Give me 1 second to flip this over to Rex, and I am going to, so I stopped sharing. Let me find him here. Screen. And make host. Okay, Rex, I gave you host. You should
Okay, yeah, my screen said that I am now the host. So what we're
I'm
going to cover
disappearing.
now is the meat and potatoes of fiduciary accounting, which starts out with a form that you'll intimately know here in a little while. It's on page 21 on the lower left of your handout. And it's called the GC 400 sum. And it's a summary of the account. It's kind of like a pivotal form within court accounting. What it does, it's like the bicycle axle, and the spokes come out from that. The spokes are all the worksheets, and the centerpiece, the axle, is this GC 400 sum. And you can see the number up on the upper right, form number, guardianship and conservatorship. They have an alternate name. Out of all the forms, this one is absolutely going to be required. List your conservatorship, guardianship, whether it's probate or a trust in litigation. You start out with whether it's the first account, final account, fourth account. When you are appointed as guardianship, conservator, probate referee, you have 120 days to get your inventory and appraisal filed with the court. And then after 1 year, you have your first account due. And then every other year thereafter. So it's year 1, 3, 5, and 7, unless the judge wants it in a different time frame. List the date of the last accounting, the day after the last accounting, or your date of appointment or the date of death through your annual, it may be a year, it may be under the end of the accounting period. The forms, they have kind of, I call them arcane language.
I'm not seeing the form. Am I supposed to be
Okay,
seeing?
good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me, when I got the thing back, I all my screens resized, scrambled, and now I need to find the Zoom menu that I had up disappeared. So let's see here. Let's see. So are you able to see it at this point? It says charges. Yes or no, somebody?
Yes, we can
Yes,
see it.
yes.
Okay, thank you. Because I might be able to see it. I want to make sure you see it. So this is what I started out talking about when I was had the screen off. Summary of account, first account, whether it's final account, the date range, and then we get into the form is divided in two parts. It's basically money you have and what came in and what money went out. So I would call it, assets or income, and then disbursements, but they chose kind of arcane wording in the charges has to do with your legal responsibility. And what that means is you're charged with the legal responsibility of all this money. And if it's not there at the end, then you're personally liable for it. So you look at that as your responsibility. And on the charges part, and then down below on the credits, that means that you've documented that money went out for a legitimate purpose or the money is still there. What we have is a whole series of forms and schedules.
Sorry, Rex. I have in the messages that they're not seeing a form.
I heard a verbal on that and I corrected it. Does
Okay.
anyone not see it at this point? Please let me know. Yeah, I think that's been corrected. Thank you. So when we start out filling out the GC 400 sum, and if you print it out or you have a PDF copy, you might want to mark it out as a bookmark because we're going to go through a whole bunch of schedules and we're going to keep coming back here. So either flip back to it in paper or have a bookmark. The top line 1A, it says property on hand at the beginning of the account period. Now, we just spent an hour and 15 minutes going over what the inventory and appraisal was, how we came up with the numbers. And now that we have those numbers will match here on your first account. You just basically are taking the cash asset total and your non-cash asset total that the probate referee helped you develop. And that's the starting two lines 1A, 1B. Basically a copy job. And then total it for line 1C. The term is in parentheses on non-cash assets. And there's a term that is used all the time in court accounting called carry value. Carry value means the value you are carrying it on your books. It has nothing to do with cost. It has nothing to do with market. It has nothing to do with fluctuations in stock prices. It is what the value was either when you obtained it, coming on as a new fiduciary, or perhaps you had bought something during the time period, and that is the carry value for as long as the asset is on the books. And I point this out, the definition of carry value, since I come from a heavy tax background, we have basis, basis for depreciation, basis for gain or loss. This, if you know tax, forget it. This has nothing to do with basis. It's a completely different system. Basis comes about through the federal tax code, and court accounting comes about through the California probate code. But I do have people saying, the basis on this is what, it's just not a word used in this environment. So we're going to be going down the list for all the different types of income items. And then we're going to go through a series of forms for the disbursement. And then at the end of the account period, which is indicated through the closing date above, in this case, March 7th, then we'll list the cash assets at that time and the non-cash assets at that same date. And then we'll have the total property at the closing date. The line 7 and line 14, when the probate examiners look at an accounting for review, they're acting on behalf of the judges. The first thing they look on an accounting is whether it balances. If it's off a penny, don't bother turning it in. Forget it. It's got to balance or they're not even going to process it. So with that being said, critical, and in a tax, we ignore pennies. IRS doesn't want to see the pennies. Round to the nearest dollar. Don't give me pennies. Well, the court's a little bit more anal retentive and they want all the pennies no matter what. They haven't realized that coins have no value anymore, but they still want the pennies. So the other point here is that, and an asterisk, it says enter 0 for all cash charges or credits which you have no entry. And what they're doing is making you commit to the fact that there's nothing there. It's like, oh, I didn't forget it. You're making an assertive statement that that does not apply and reduces any ambiguities that might exist. In the lower left of the form, GC 400 sum, is the judicial council's stamp that says how they expect this form to be used. And in this case, the judicial council says this form is adopted for mandatory use, not when you want to, not when you like it, not when it's a good day, not when your printer's working. Forget it. It's going to be used. And oftentimes people will do Excel type accounting and then not put the cover sheet. And then oftentimes the probate examiners say, you've got to use that format. For requirements, it says required for mandatory use. Well, for who? Well, for probate executors, administrators, for guardianships and conservatorships. It does not say here anything about trusts.
Right, right.
Trusts, first of all, don't have to report to the court. Normally, that's the purpose of a trust, is to bypass probate and court involvement and attorneys and keep costs down, hopefully. But if a trust wants to get their accounting approved, they have to use this form. Or if there's litigation, a beneficiary challenges some data on the account or lack of account, then the trust is now subject to these rules. In the lower right in the form is a cross-reference to a citation of two things. One is probate code, in this case, probate code sections, and the other is the California Rules of Court sections. And I don't expect you to become a lawyer on this. However, if you have questions about the purpose, content, or intent of the form, this gets you started to be able to research what they meant and what your obligations are. And then the rule of court also. So I look at it like a breadcrumb trail. If you want to know something, this gets you started in the code sections. But normally when you're doing court accounting, you don't need code sections. So does anyone have any questions about the overview of the GC 400 sum? We're all okay with it. Okay, good. So we're gonna go into basically a line by line description with the schedules that support this form. So we'll move on to page 21-1A, and we have a form that looks strikingly similar to what Tamara started with on the inventory and appraisal. Cash on hand at beginning of account period. List all the cash assets, no fixed or tangible assets. And you list them right down the line on all the assets you have. One thing that I find is helpful in multiple years of accounting is that anytime you assign an asset number, you're doing your first inventory and appraisal, you have asset number 3 happens to be cash in Bank of America. Use that asset number forever until the accounting is no longer required by the court. It gets really confusing, and if you start changing the numbering system and the probate referees are trying to compare what happened in this account 2 years ago, 3 years ago, where's the asset, where'd it go? And by keeping the same numbers, it helps that cross-referencing ability. And when you sell an asset, say you sold a house for the conservatee, and that asset was number 7, line item number 7, fine, do the sale, report it, leave number 7 blank from then on. Don't use it for something else. And then anybody can go back and say, when did asset number 7 disappear?
Rex, I will say that I do many accountings. I will say I do not follow that at all.
Okay.
Because assets change and become different things. Specifically, a lot of times your especially stock accounts and things of that nature. There is the change in form that is used for that specific person, but that specific reason that you indicate on the change in form that asset Bank of America 1234 account transferred to Travis Credit Union 1234, and that's how they follow when your assets change. So I do not ever indicate, but again, that'll be a personal preference on how people wish to mark things on an accounting.
Okay, you bring up a good point. In the judicial council forms, you'll see that there is a Schedule F, which you can't read it probably, but it says assets that change form. Okay, and anytime, like Tamara says, you go from B of A, now I'm going to put it in Wells Fargo, you can use that form to inform the examiners that took place. You could also, in that type of situation, use that item number 7 that I was talking about and say, changed in form to Wells Fargo. So these are processing ideas. They're not mandatory. I just try to give functional ideas to everybody about what might work good and what the examiners might be looking for. Another question?
Yeah, what if your amount of your house that you sold doesn't sell for the same amount that the appraised amount from the referee?
Yes, you're going to end up selling at a loss, and in a little while, I'm going to show you an example of that exact fact pattern.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
A basic question, on the name of the attachment, if there's a trust, that does not have to go, I do not have to use the judicial council forms, should I still just keep that same nomenclature for the attachments? Attachment F is always this form or like that, attachment.
Okay, I know. Okay. My example, I use the judicial council form, and when I'm doing things for a trust and something like that occurs, a change in form, I tend to use the same form numbers because people who get exposed to court accountings are used to that framework. It's not required. The only required form is the GC 400. So you have no statutory limitation on calling any of these forms, anything you want. However, it's got to aim back on the GC 400. And you'll notice on the GC 400 that there is no place to say about change in form. In other words, it's happening in the background and it doesn't get to the surface. Somebody goes, hey, what happened to that B of A account? Oh, you look through, oh, there's a Schedule F that shows it. My recommendation is you call it Schedule F. It's your choice.
Thank you.
Some other things I run into situations where people are doing court accounting and they're kind of kicking and screaming because they don't want to. And then we look at it and there's an exception to a requirement to file a court accounting. One of which is under probate code section 2628, a small estate petition. So if you have a guardian or conservator and they've got less than 15,000 of assets, you can petition the court and say, hey, Your Honor, it's not economically feasible to do this. Here are the assets. We request a waiver from the accounting requirement, and then you saved all that work for the future. Kind of a nice deal. You're done before you start because there's no accounting requirement. Another one that's subtle, and I think someone brought up a question similar to this already. When husband and wife, we had one where husband and wife had all of their assets were community property. And the husband became incapacitated, wife became the conservator, and their attorney said they had to do an accounting. And I objected to it because there's an exemption under several probate code sections that says, first of all, community property, both spouses have equal right to manage those assets. So when one spouse becomes incapacitated, the other spouse still has full management and control, which does not require a court accounting. And I'm relying on probate code sections, there's several of them, 3051, 3054, 3055, and 3088. So that saves a whole lot of work between couples. Forget it, we're not doing the accounting, Your Honor. We have an objection and we're not going to do it. You have to force me to. Save a lot of effort.
I will say, this is Tamara again. I will say, I'm sorry, I have many accountings that I do for married couples, two people on an account, and specifically courts down in LA, San Diego, Orange County, and things of that nature. That will not fly with any of the courts down south. You may have been able to do it up north, but that does not fly. You must only list the 50% ownership of that spouse and their assets, because those assets could, even though it's husband and wife, could go to other beneficiaries or things of that nature. Plus, specifically with a conservatorship account, the courts will not allow the spouse to completely liquidate or do something with all of the funds of the other spouse, and that you just separate it out and even include in the accounting the other spouse that's alive and taken over what they do. You must show it anyway. So be careful about the courts. That will not fly down south. You must do an accounting even if you are a spouse and you are the conservator of that spouse. I do them. I do them all the time.
I also point out on that same point, there's a difference in the assets. And if you have to do an inventory and appraisal, I would do it. And it even on the inventory and appraisal, which kind of mirrors the form we're talking about, the GC 400 one, that I would list the assets, and the form says identify which assets are community and which assets are separate. And I would agree with your admonition, Tamara, about the separate property assets being required. But in this case, since we have a different view, my opinion is it wouldn't hurt to ask. Okay, so we're just on this on page 21-B, then we'll go on to the fixed assets or non-cash, I call them fixed. And there again, you have what I call a copy job from your inventory and appraisal. We have a difference here in an additional column. We have been talking about carry value that you bring forward from the inventory and appraisal. And in your first account, you do not need to use this other column called an estimated market value. But in subsequent accounts, you will be or should be listing the estimated market value of that asset. You don't need an appraisal. It can be an estimate, Zillow, something like that. It's nothing that you're going to be held accountable for. But the other part of it that's good, like say if you're managing a stock portfolio and the value has gone down for reasons outside your control, by you showing that the market value dropped, that gives the beneficiaries notice. And then when that accounting's approved, the beneficiary does not have the right to make a claim against the fiduciary. So basically, we're just in the beginning phases of these accounts, and it's basically writing out what the inventory and appraisal was again. In the lower left of that form, the on page 21, 1B, it says now it's not required. The form is approved for optional use. You decide. You want to use it or don't use it. And there again, the application is for probates, guardianships, conservatorships, and those trusts that are before the court. If I'm doing an accounting for a trust, I do the accounting in the formal way in case we have to bring it to court. You don't want to have to go back and redo it. And if you're hiring someone to do a court accounting for a fiduciary, I have a kind of a practical warning, and that is there are a lot of service providers that don't know how to do a court accounting. Maybe they went to business school, like I went through CPA school, and they teach you how to do business accounting, and you have a whole system for it and software and whoopie-doo. Everything you do on that is not going to be acceptable at all. So the problem for the fiduciary, and I've seen it, the fiduciary hires somebody and the person says, oh yeah, I do court accounting. Yeah. And they do it all wrong, and the person was paid, and then they bring it to court, it's kicked out, and then they have the executor or the fiduciary has to hire somebody else. There's a question if that fiduciary has to pay for that faulty work because they hired the wrong person. So I wouldn't just take it on face value that somebody knows how to do court accounting, maybe demand a sample, talk to a court customer or something, because it's in all the accounting school, 4 or 5 years, they don't mention one word about this. It's completely California statute, and they're using a completely different system. So basically what we've done at these 2 pages was list the cash and the non-cash assets. Then the next form, it's in your materials. It's not required. You can use it if you want. I kind of like it. We have a lot of subschedules. It's like linkage on a website. And you're dealing with all these subschedules in this particular form on page 22 allows you to bring all those subschedules into kind of a summary sheet before you bring it in to the GC 400. This is all the receipts, money coming in, and this is all the disbursements. I pointed out it's just an optional tool that you might consider using. Now, we're going to get into all the detailed schedules, starting out with receipts, dividends. So here you have an investment account using the last 4 digits to define it, lists the 4 dates, and you have to list every dividend item by item. You cannot take all the dividends on the statement and say, yeah, we got about 3,400 of dividends this quarter. Nope. List them one by one to the penny. So that's kind of bad enough on its own. However, there's something worse in terms of unneeded work or unwanted work, and that is a dividend reinvestment program. So you've got a portfolio. It's spinning off dividends. You're writing down all the dividends like we're showing here. And then you tell the brokerage house, yeah, take them dividends and buy me more stock. Okay, you just tripled your work. You have to show the dividend every time. You have to show the reinvestment of dividends every time. And it has to go on your inventory and appraisal every time at a different cost basis per share than what you're already showing. And then you have to carry it forward in that fractional share. And I think I've said enough that you don't want a dividend reinvestment program. We call it DRIP for short. It has nothing to do with leaky faucets, but it is a dividend reinvestment. So you tell the brokerage house, stop, put all the dividends in cash. When I feel like it, I will take the cash and I will buy stock every 6 months or more or less.
And this is Tamara. I, again, completely disagree with that.
Great.
I have accounts that do dividend reinvestment all the time. All you have to do is record the monthly, say for instance, on April 1st, 2012, there was a dividend for, let's say, Apple shares in the amount of $352.70. I will record the dividend. Then I will go over to, again, my change in form, and I will indicate the safeguard investment account on 4/1/2012, reinvested and purchased, let's say you didn't purchase Apple, you purchased Costco, and the amount was 5 shares at $352. So I then go to my ending assets and just quickly add for how many shares you bought of Costco, add it to my now ending assets. That's what I do. It's very simple and done all the time. Especially when we had a stock market back, and I'm not saying the stock market now because it's a total different ball of wax. But before the new presidency happened, the stock market was amazing, and there is no reason. And in fact, you as the fiduciary, there could be the court stating you are not maximizing the assets of the conservatee or of the minor if you're turning it into cash and you're not getting more dividends on the stock you're purchasing, you are not maximizing anything because likely that cash doesn't gain interest or things of that nature. So be very careful about keeping it just in cash and it gets no interest and you don't get more dividends. So I would keep the dividend reinvestments going and get the dividends because then you're going to start getting dividends on the purchasing of the stock you're doing for the reinvestment. So I would always do dividend reinvestments myself.
Okay, and the counter argument to that is number one, what you just said is way more work than not having the dividend reinvestment. Number two, I disagree with using Schedule F as change in form in asset is not a change in form. It's the same form, but additional assets required, which should go on the receipts for Schedule A. And finally, I didn't mean that it stayed in cash forever. I said every so often reinvest. So there are two evaluations.
Now, what about if you receive quarterly statements? How do you would just write it quarterly then instead of monthly?
No, what we're talking about on the dividends, anything like that or interest, you list every transaction on that statement. Whether you get a statement once a month or every quarter, you're not putting totals anyway.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question on that one as well.
Sure.
What if a brokerage firm is handling all that and documenting all the activities? Is that just something that would be attached, or does it have to be rewritten onto the forms?
Yeah, I wish that you could get that idea legislatively supported because it would save a ton of work. No, you can't. You have to list every dividend and every stock sale, no matter if you're managing it or you have an investment advisor. In other words, it's a pain in the neck to have to list all this detail, but that's what the statute implies.
Okay, thank you.
I think maybe an idea could be, I just thought of it, is if you could get your brokerage house to give you a digital copy of the statement where you might be able to copy and paste.
Okay.
That might save some typing and typos.
Thank you.
Yeah, I had never thought of that before. So you're sparking my imagination. On the forms and schedules for judicial counsel, we're going to cover several. We're not going to cover them all. There are 48 different types of fiduciary accounting schedules. So if you have a transaction that doesn't quite fit what we're talking about in categories here, there's more that are available. So we're just talking now about on the page 23 about dividends coming in. And we're on Schedule A, it says GC 400A. And in the bottom, it says on the way that the forms are designed, we're on page 1 of 6 Schedule A's. So you only run a total to the bottom of that particular page. And then we're going to continue on with, on page 24, we changed from dividends, now we're on interest. It's the same, list every transaction from each account. I would show each institution and then the items that came from it on the statement listing down the line. Let's see. Um, I would disagree with the form a little bit. It says amounts, interest, I would call it income, but I didn't design the form. So that's pretty straightforward. We're just listing the interest. And this particular thing, we're not quite back. We don't have enough data yet to go to the GC 400 sum. See, it says Schedule A, receipts during the period. So far we've covered the topic of interest and dividends. There are going to be a bunch of other topics, but there are a lot of subschedules. And I kind of think of it like links on a computer that you click the link and then you have all the subparts. Okay, so I need to go back to after interest. So then the next subject matter on page 25 is pensions. So somebody's getting a pension, it goes directly into the account or whatever, list each item. The form says don't list Social Security here for some reason. They wanted it somewhere else. Fine, we'll do it that way. Pretty straightforward. Then we go into rents on page 26, and I would list each property separately. And they're only interested in the rent component. If a tenant offers to repair the back porch, for example, I would still take the rent and show it as rental income, and then take the repair as a disbursement rather than just showing a drop in the rental income, because the court or beneficiaries might think, what do you matter? Did you pocket some change there? And the same tenant lives there. The next form on page 27 has to do with receipts from Social Security public benefit programs. The probate, we talked about probate examiners and we didn't define the term, which we should have in the beginning. The judges in the probate department have clerks that review all your work. And it's quite nice, actually, because it's like having a teacher review your work before the judge gets it. And so what they will do is they will, quote, grade your paper. No, they call it tentative ruling. In other words, if you leave your papers like that, the judge is likely going to agree with the probate referee and rule just like these tentative rulings are before your hearing. And the way that that works, and you should know about it, is before your hearing, you look on the court's website for tentative rulings. And then they will give you on, usually by hearing date, when you're supposed to appear, everybody's name. And then you get your case and they'll say, well, you didn't dot an I, you didn't cross a T, you forgot a form, you didn't sign this. And so what you want to do is at least 2 to 3 weeks before the hearing, look for your tentative rulings or probate examiner notes and see if there's things you need to correct, and you hurry up and get them corrected before the hearing so that the judge doesn't bounce your hearing and force you into 5 months from now. So look into it. The other thing that we've gotten approval from our court in Contra Costa County is that a pro per or even a law firm can go to the probate department, the examiner's office during hours, and say you're really uncertain about the format that you're going to turn in. The probate examiners in our court have said, we will help and look at the format, not the numbers. We're not approving your accounting, but they will agree to look and give an opinion that your format looks okay, which might be helpful the first time you turn in an accounting.
When you're doing when you're doing accounting and you're going to turn it into the court, do you have to include all the pages, whether they're blank or not?
No, they only want, other than the GC 400 sum, if you don't have a subject, they don't want all 48
Blank
judicial
pages.
counsel forms attached in a blank stack.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm. So we had a probate examiner. They have to take our class each time they get a new probate examiner. And one of them looked at this right off and I didn't catch it. But she looked at this page and she says, oh, no, that's not good. Can't do that. Social Security that listed 3 months payments in one number. No can do. That breaks the rule that every dollar amount, every transaction needs to be reported, and this would cause a rejection in the accounting.
Wow.
Won't work. Another thing that I point out is there's a footnote here that says these payments were net of the Medicare Part B. Okay, so as you know, with Social Security, you get a dollar amount, let's say 2,000, and then they take out Medicare and maybe you get 1,800 into the account. Well, you're only responsible for the 1,800. You don't list the gross number, just what you got, what you're in control of, and let the accountant at the end of the time period deal with the difference and report it differently for tax, because tax rules are completely different than court accounting. So now we'll go on to page 28, receipts, other receipts. So you just call this miscellaneous. Everything you hadn't found another category for, you can list on this page 28. Miscellaneous things you couldn't find anywhere else. And in this example, in the lower right, we now have Schedule A, number 6 of 6, which means that you're done with the Schedule A series. And what we do with that is now we can bring the Schedule A to the GC 400 sum. Receipts during account period, 6 of 6, that's our total. We got one of these lines filled in. Now we're going to go onto a different schedule and start working on the Schedule B items. Okay, so Schedule B starts on our lower left, page 29. And here we have gain on sale. So someone had asked about house sales. This is the first step of it. It's only one part. We'll get to the others. We had a house that had a carry value from the probate examiner, 230,000, and we sold it for 250,000. And then it says there's a gain of 19,000. I don't agree that that is a gain, but I come from a tax background because this form ignored all the closing costs. And you can bet that the real estate commissions are going to be well over 19,000. So to me, this is bogus, but they didn't ask me. And when I'm turning it into the court, I'm going to do it this way. We have a different schedule that will show in a few minutes the closing costs. So I'll play along with the game and say, okay, yeah, there's a gain. Yeah, I don't think so. But that's what they want. That's what we'll give them. Then that item house, single family residence in Palm Springs now will go off, be dropped from the inventory and appraisal for future accounts. Okay. So that Schedule B, that's the only item under that Schedule B. And in the bottom right, we have Schedule B 1 of 1. So what that means is that we're going to bring this number back to the GC 400 sum for line 4, which says Schedule B. There's the gain on the house sale. I'm not so good at finding my place back where I just came from. Okay, so
Number 30.
thanks. Yeah, the trouble is I've got thumbnails on another screen, and my thumbnails don't match the page numbers, so that's part of the reconciliation problem I have. But that's my problem, not yours. So now we go to what, page 30, and now we're on disbursements. So, well, before we're done with disbursements, we need to, bring all the income items forward to the GC 400 sum. Now we start disbursements and we have the care home. List each statement. Sometimes the skilled nursing facilities are absolutely ridiculously priced. We had one guy that paid $150,000 for 1 year of care. I mean, that's pretty high rent in my view. Now we have disbursements, general and administrative. These are, they're not by any other categories. They're expenses because there is a guardianship, conservatorship, or probate. And here we have an attorney, Jared Roberts, is getting paid $1,289, but it's not really a payment. You cannot pay anything to an attorney or the conservator or trustee or executor until you get court approval. What this shows is reimbursements of out-of-pocket costs. In effect, the attorney loaned money to the estate and was getting reimbursed, but it's not compensation, it's reimbursement. Here's payment for the probate referee and our fidelity bond. Okay, then disbursements for living expenses, just list them out item by item.
Wow.
Whether it's, cable TV, water, garbage, all those items. Might even be a cell phone. It's whatever those living expenses are. Disbursement for medical, list the items and a little bit of description, not just the vendor. And then on page 34, we have disbursements for property sales expenses. And here is where we're showing the costs to sell the house. So we had escrow fees, termite fees, brokerage commissions, And then we just show it all as outbound from the broker statement. It's kind of odd that when you have a closing escrow on a house, you use the sales price, all of the items within the body, but the cash that comes to the fiduciary, that's the only item that is not reported here. All the details are, but not the actual cash that came through, other than it goes into the bank. And we paid off a loan in this example, listing where the property was. Some other things that may be helpful for you if you're involved in the tax part of your situation. There's an IRS Form 56 that's notice of a fiduciary relationship that tells the IRS that, hey, the conservatee or the estate, I'm the one in charge. Send me all the IRS letters as I'm going to handle it. Another one, sometimes we get a decedent and we don't know if they filed in prior years. So there's an IRS Form 4506T as in Tango. And we'll use that to get the IRS's databases showing all 1099s, W-2s and things so that we can do tax compliance. Another form that might be helpful, when there's a tax return and there's a refund due to a decedent, is a form 1310, which is entitled refund due to a deceased taxpayer. So I just point those out if they're helpful to you. In this accounting, it keeps referencing every so often a simplified account or a standard account. We're only talking about standard account. The simple account, simplified, I don't recommend. It's basically if you have less than 5 pages, you can turn in technically what's supposedly like a check register. Some of the things that probate examiners have claimed, like errors, common errors that fiduciaries do. Accounting for assets that are beyond your control. Unbelievably, if you have a rental house out of the state of California, it's not on your account. No assets, fixed assets, only that's under state control. And in your explanation, say what was paid, but if it looks like the court might think it was the fiduciary had some conflict of interest, describe why it relates to the ward. Don't net assets. Like if you sold a house, you don't take the sales price less the mortgage and say that's what the income was. That does not work. Another problem is paying the fiduciary or the attorney before court approval. A reference book that I want to make you aware of is this fiduciary accounting handbook. It's published by CEB. It's rather expensive, and it's not going to teach you accounting. What this is, it's a reference book written by an attorney here in Orinda that will give you look up different things that might apply that you don't have a handle on and what's appropriate. So it's a good book. It's reference. It's about $350. Once in a while, we have to get into it and get some idea on an unusual item. Okay, so 34. Another disbursement expense. This was a consignment fee for selling the ward's personal property. Then we have disbursements from a rental property. You need to turn in all your items in portrait mode. The courts will kick it out if you have a spreadsheet that's horizontal. They will not accept horizontal format. Disbursements other. There again, we have a miscellaneous tax preparation fee, balance due. Then another losses. This is loss on sales. We had already looked at the gain on sale on the sale of a house. Here we show a loss. Sometimes, you know, the losses get scrutinized by beneficiaries and by probate examiners. If you have a loss, you might want to add additional disclosure of why it was reported or sold at a loss. Okay. So we have gone, in this example, we have gone through all of the disbursements, losses on sale, all the categories of the income items coming in, the disbursement items coming back. And then we end up with kind of an ending. It's not really the right term, but an ending inventory and appraisal. And basically at this point, at the end of your account, you're putting your cash balances again. And then you're showing the carry value of the investments and real property. And then after we've got those ending values, we go back to the GC 400 sum and cross your fingers and hopefully it balances. If it doesn't, you're not done yet. So what we've covered is the way that the Judicial Council had designed the fiduciary accounting. It's a system. We've gone through it. I'm going to show you a completely different system now. And this is from a fiduciary accounting software. We have an Excel spreadsheet for $50. It's kind of a rough court accounting format template that we sell for $50, but there's better software. But I want to point this out in terms of the non-judicial counsel, because I would say the vast majority of accounts turned into courts are on an Excel spreadsheet type format. And here we have a summary sheet. And if you'll notice, this summary is identical to the GC 400 format.
We can't see your form, Rex.
Can't see my form. Okay. Let me fix that. Let's try. Does that help, or is it still not showing? Share. Handout 2. And share again. Is that better?
Yep, now we can see it. Thank you.
That works.
Great. Thank you for pointing that out. So this is charges, you know, beginning assets, charges, disbursements, ending assets. And with this kind of form, it's like the GC 400 sum, but before you turn it into the court, I would transfer the data onto an official GC 400 sum. because the court's going to require it. Okay, now I want to point out the differences. Well, this is the assets on hand at the beginning. That's like your inventory and appraisal. And since it's not the first account, you're going to have a column filled in with market values. Now, the difference in this method of reporting is we take every transaction during the accounting period and show it under chronological. Date 1, date 2, no matter what it was, it's all chronological. There's no category breakdown or anything. It's just boom. This is how the river of money went out. Okay. Then
And that's acceptable by the court?
we're not done yet. No, it isn't. We have to do more. But when we get done doing more, then you can ask.
Okay, thank you.
So all the disbursements going out by date sequential. Now we've sorted it out. We've made it more understanding. Okay, now by category, all the income that came in by category, and in this case, under the vendor name in the category, and then we got Schwab, we got Bank, Bank of the West, a note. And so so you have it in two different formats, sequential and by account, by category. And that is acceptable. We get through all the receipts, and then we have gains during the accounting period of sales of stocks and things. And then we start the other side, the money going out, the disbursements chronological, and then disbursements by category. And you realize that this format doesn't match those judicial council forms that we talked about at all, but the court accepts it. Except for that one sheet, the GC 400 sum. Losses on sale during account period, I give you a warning on that one because we have one where the probate referees were concerned about the probate fee because of losses that might have been caused by the executor. So add a little bit more disclosure on losses. Then in this case, we had distributions, more money going out to the beneficiaries. And then we get to the ending values, similarly they call the court inventory and appraisal, ending values, carry value and market value. And so this format, like I say, can be done in Excel. It can be done on various accounting software. Now, I just put a new form in. I'm going to share again in case it doesn't show. Okay, do you see something that says greetings?
Yes.
Okay, good. So I've included this form for your use. It's reference material. What I did was included background information on training on fiduciary accounting. I got several of the items from court websites. The other thing this is pretty useful at times when you have a transaction, maybe it's a little bit odd, and you don't know how to treat it, or you don't know whether it goes into principal or into income. This is a cross-reference sheet that gives you the probate code sections. So if you had a question about probate fees, here's probate code sections. So that can be handy. This is kind of an example of the spreadsheet we make available, where it shows the GC 400, then the some of the detailed schedules that are included. There's a form here if you want to order it. Then the other thing we've included for your reference, we got these from probate examiners who, when they get your accounting in, they have checklists that they see if you have complied with the law. And this is an example of an evaluation checklist by a probate referee for accounting on trusts. Do you have a proof of mailing? Do you have a statement on the bond? Do you show the fees? You know, and so you can use this to kind of proof your accounting under these categories before you turn it in. So that's that. And at this point, I'd like to have Tamara take back control of the meeting.
Wait, I have a quick question on
Sure.
what schedule, schedule, what number letter do you put under for like house repairs that you're fixing it up before you sell it?
Okay. Let me go back to where's
That like things are required by the city or just
right.
required
I'm trying to get there. I do know the question.
Mhm.
I can answer the question, and it really depends. If you're talking about repairs you're paying for and not using the funds of the conservator or the
It's for a
decedent's fund.
probate. It's a probate.
Right. Oh,
estate.
okay. So you have probate. But if you're not using the funds from the estate, you have to just do an expense reimbursement. If you're doing it, the repairs for the, paying for the repairs from the decedent's funds, it goes on your disbursement schedule where you've paid the attorney, where you've paid utilities, you would indicate whether you paid bank fees. It's on
Like
that
saying
same
you had
kit.
the house painted
Right.
or
Yep. Right there on that. And all you do is code it as property expenses. You'll put the date of the expense, let's say it's a landscaper or a construction company, you put their name, and then I typically put in parentheses like
well, I have invoices from all these people.
right. So you put resurface floors or
like polished hardwood floors or
right, or
painted
remodeled bathroom or remodeled shower or whatever it was.
Right, fixed it up or whatever
Put
for
it in
sale.
just parentheses what the expense was for.
I have an alternate
Okay, thank you.
place where I would post it under, on page 34, we showed the disbursements, property sale expenses, and we had escrows, and that came from the escrow. But if you're fixing up a house for sale, I think it would be appropriate to list it here that we had landscaping repairs, code violations. So that would be another place where they could be indicated, and it relates back to that same property.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Tamara, did you want to, is there any other questions before we switch speakers?
I have a quick question.
Okay.
This goes to the living facility for a care facility.
Yes.
How would you list it if the Medicare or their insurance pays for the whole thing?
You don't.
Okay.
If you didn't pay it, you're not responsible. This accounting is for what you're in charge of, what you control.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, Rex, you have to share or give me back control.
Oh, okay. You're correct.
And Tamara would also go under that same Schedule C for if you had like somebody help you, like clean out your mom's house and you
Correct.
paid them, you would put it under that schedule too?
Correct. And
Thank
then there
you.
will be another place on the petition, depending on if they were a family member or not, but we'll go through that when we're doing the petition, hon.
Right, I'm one of those repeat class
It's
takers.
okay.
So,
Yeah, I get
so
it.
I remember that you told us on the petition where to do it on a line item over
You're
there.
correct. Yeah, we're going to go through that right now.
So you're a
Okay.
repeat offender, huh? Okay.
Yes.
I have transferred control of the meeting to you, Tamara, I hope. And you might need to share your screen before everybody can view.
We there?
I see your Superior Court page.
Yep, it's where I want to be. Okay. So very strange. I lost my whole look of it, but it's all good. Okay, so I'm going to go through the petition. There are a couple things I wanted to state which does not have anything to do with PERS. It is more the two attorneys that are on, the paralegals and the LDA. Please, attorneys, and I'm talking more to Stephen and Akili, and I wrote that down to make sure I pronounced it right. Please understand there are a lot of propers out there, and I know you both attorneys realize this. There are a lot of propers out there, and they're just completely lost sometimes. And so I really hope that both have established with your firm that if a proper does call and say, by the way, I need guidance, because I will tell you, as an LDA and the other LDA I know on here, Stephanie, we are not really allowed to answer legal questions, right? So we will always refer propers, please call an attorney and confirm this, or maybe you need to ask an attorney because we cannot guide you, right? I can't give legal advice. So it's really important, and I'm trying to work with several other attorneys, that I build as an LDA more like an attorney referral, to where a client can call, and I'm very specific. You get about 15 minutes at most. They cannot analyze your case. They cannot go through your case. But if you had a simple question like, would I put a specific asset on Schedule 1 or Schedule 2? As an attorney, please, please, please try to help propers and just give them 15 minutes and be very direct and clear. I can only give you 15 minutes, but I'm happy to help you, because there are many, many, many law firms out there that won't give propers even 2 seconds of their time because they're too busy, or they want to charge an astronomical fee, which is completely ridiculous for a 15-minute quick answer, and usually that gets them off and going on their own. So really, I just really hope that a bunch of attorneys can band together and say, okay, yes, send me your question real quick. I'm going to answer real quick, and then be about your way. And just know you're really helping us as LDAs and propers who really just have quick, simple questions so that they can move on, because those are the type of people that really cannot afford attorneys anyway. So you're helping the court, you're helping the LDA if there is one, and you're helping the proper. And we really, in this state of the world, need to all band together and all help each other, regardless if we get any monetary payback or not. I myself will also say, I run a completely different firm than Rex. I run my own firm. And I always, at every single training class that we give, I do provide that if you have very simple questions for me. And again, remember, I cannot answer legal questions, but say for instance, you get stuck and you just can't figure out, "Oh, why am I not balancing?" Or I can't get this to work out. I offer 15, sometimes it runs 30 minutes. If you just send me an email that says, "Temp, can you do me a favor? I can't figure out, can you just glance at my accounting and blah, blah, blah." I can't give you legal advice. I can't tell you to move this here or put this here because I'm not allowed to do that because I'm not an attorney and I'm not trying to be one. But what I can do differently is I'll ask you, have you looked at your bank statement on May 8th? And does that balance, is that the balance that you have on this schedule B or this schedule A or this, or I see this expense on this date, but I don't necessarily see that expense. Please go back and look at it. So I'm going to do my best to help you for free. I do not charge. Now, that doesn't mean go through your entire accounting and spend hours. No, I can't do that because I have other clients, but I do offer for you to ask any questions that are quick. I will try and help you as best I can, or I can refer you off to, please call in this attorney and just ask them a quick question and then come back to me with your answer, and then I can help you. So again, that's just my plea to the attorneys, my plea to paralegals. Maybe the attorney can't answer the question, but maybe the paralegal can help. And then LDAs, just be very careful on, do not give legal advice. We cannot say this doesn't go here or that doesn't go there. That's not really how we do it. We can just review and say, consider looking at this section, or consider that you put this number here and now it's different on the accounting. That we can do. So thank you both to Stephen, who is an attorney on here, and Akili, who is also an attorney on here. And please, let's just all band together and help everybody. I really am in this world of and mood of, let's just help each other, and let's just, anytime we can, offer some type of help and quick assistance, and let's just band together and do this. And Beth, I see your hand up.
Yeah,
Yes, honey,
okay.
go.
All right. So my mother died in 1994 and left the house with a $55 mortgage. In 1997, I used my own funds and paid off the house, the mortgage. Then in 13 years ago, the conservator, the sister's name's Jean, actually, so Jeannie, but anyway, Jeannie's conservator sold the house, but I never didn't know to say that how to get that $55,000 back, which I didn't. Am I screwed?
No, are you in a conservatorship right now? Are you the conservator?
No, no, I'll nothing else that I know of. No, but my sister is the one that's conserved.
Okay, well, I know, please, again, that's an attorney question, but maybe a question that you would want to seek advice from an attorney would be asking about possibly a creditor claim or something of that nature that you could do to get reimbursed what you've advanced.
Even though it's been, 13 years since the
Again,
house was sold.
sweetheart, you would
Oh,
have to
all right. Okay. All right.
ask
Thank you.
an
Good.
attorney.
All right.
They would be able to guide you on that simple question on, can I still file a creditor claim, or would a creditor claim be my best option, or is there any other option? That's definitely a call for them, hun.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to start now. I'm going to move off to, oh, sorry, maybe real quickly, let me read you and write down and read you my email address in case you need to ask me any quick questions. It's CA as in California, the word legal, LEGAL, the word docs, D as in dog, O as in ostrich, C as in cat, S as in Sam, the number 2 at Gmail.
And my email address is info@rexcrandell.com.
But Rex, you charge for reviews, isn't that correct?
I don't charge for simple questions. If
Okay.
I'm reviewing a whole accounting, yes.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to move on to the petition. So I'm going to go forward and show you once an accounting is done, you cannot just turn in that accounting without what they need is a petition. A petition basically is going to give the court an idea of what you did during this time period of your accounting and what do you want the court to do and what do you want done basically with the accounting, right? You basically want it approved. That's simple. You want it approved, right? And it also is a way to be able to attach your accounting and also give all beneficiaries and interested parties also the same information as you have, because realize that there is no secrets at this point. There cannot be. Everybody is entitled to the same information that you have. And I don't mean everybody, I mean interested parties also, which could be beneficiaries, which could be potential beneficiaries, which could be people who request special notice. It could be creditors that have filed creditor claims. It could be a variety of people, which we will go through this petition and note. But again, you're giving everybody the same information as what you have, and you are holding no secrets back. You're just all out and open, an open book, as you'd say. And on top of that, realize the courts, when you submit a petition like one of this sort, what you're saying is my papers stand on my own, meaning that I'm not telling the judge, go look in your own files and find out when I was appointed. Go look in your own files and find out my inventory and appraisal. No, you're stating right here as a judge, as an attorney, as a paralegal, as an LDA, what we do is we want to see the entire story in this petition, because this petition tells us what you did, how you did it, who was involved, what is left over, what assets I have, what I'm still controlling, what I'm working on in the future. I mean, it tells me everything, right? Which is what I need to know. And if your petition does not tell that full, complete story, most of the time probate examiners will come back and say, hey, there's a lot you need to fill in. We don't know this. We don't know that. Please tell us this. Please tell us that. Please clarify in a supplement this, so it's really a complete package. So I'm going to go through how do you create a petition. First of all, you're going to start off with pleading paper. Now, if you do not know what pleading paper is, it is paper that has numbers right alongside, like you will see on the example. It is blank. It does not have this information in detail you will see on this sample. So you will create it on your own. And you must turn it in as a pleading or on pleading paper. I know for Los Angeles County, they actually have a form online that allows their fill-in blanks that have all of this stuff. Believe it or not, I've had clients turn it in, and it's the own court's form. And the court comes back and says, we don't accept a petition submitted like this. We need it on pleading paper. And we're like, this is your own local court form. But that's a whole nother, story. So it goes on pleading paper. If you don't know what it is, go to your search on the web, type pleading paper. You will get all kinds. So there are many, many where you can pick this up. Okay, so we're going to start with the header. Again, this header is the same header that you put on your inventory and appraisal. So it will look exactly the same. I'll switch real quickly. So the same information we indicated here will be the header that you put here. Again,
We're not seeing your screen, Tamara.
oh, you're not? You are sharing your screen.
I would reset the share setting because when I brought just a new file over, it wasn't showing.
Do you now? Does it
You see your File Explorer program with your files listed.
So you don't see the inventory and appraisal form?
No.
Okay, let me stop sharing and reshare again. And I'm on screen 2. Oh, you know why? I moved it to screen 1. Sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you, guys. Okay, so I'm sorry, I'm going to open this back up. So again, you're going to use this same header, and we'll start over to repeat it here on your pleading paper. Again, the attorney for, however you indicated this here, is the same thing that you will bring forward here. You're going to leave a couple lines, doesn't have to be as many lines as left on this sample. So it could be shorter space here. You will put the court name. Again, that court name will come from this section right here. It's actually this line item. So that's what you're going to put here. We're going to come down, and again, my sample was a conservatorship. So conservatorship of the person in the estate, or it will just be conservatorship of the estate, or it will be in re and a decedent, or in re, or it could be guardianship of an estate or a person in an estate. So follow whatever you put on this section right here. Okay, coming down again, indicate the conservatee's name or the minor's name or the decedent's name. We have case number. Again, that comes from your inventory and appraisal case number. And what you're I separate these out. I don't mesh these together because I want them separated. I want it to be easily know what my caption is. So in this case, the captions change quite a bit based on the petition you're submitting. Mine change all the time. It'll either be your first account, your second account, your third account. How many ever accountings you're doing. Most of the time it's going to be your first, but if you've already done an accounting and this is your second accounting, it would be your second account. If you turned in an account and you've amended it, changed it, completed a new one, you will write the words right here in front, amended first account. Okay, in this case, it says report of conservator. Again, if it's a decedent's estate, it'll say report of administrator. If it's a minor, report of the guardian. If it's a trust, report of the trustee. Like, so these words could change. So, and petition for its settlement. In our sample, we have approval of a sale of a depreciating property. We have allowance for conservator and attorney's fee because this person had an attorney. Sometimes if we didn't have an attorney, we're not going to put this in here. Maybe the conservator, sorry, has decided to waive conservator fees. So I'll put waive of conservator fees. Maybe in a decedent's estate, your administrator wants to waive fees. All this will be information that I put down low, so this can change. You'll want to put a line item that says data hearing and leave it blank because the court will fill this in the minute you submit this petition for filing. The time, you will leave that blank. The court will also fill in that when they give you this date. The department, you should know what department you're in. It doesn't change unless you receive an official notice from the court that says we changed departments or you're now moving to a different department. And that just means maybe the judge moved, maybe they needed the judge in civil cases instead of probate. So if they move the judge, they have to move all the cases to a different department. There could be many reasons, but you'll receive notice of that. I also do not ever put the judicial officer up here. Sorry. The reason being is there are many times that you could go to court and there is a pro tem judge or a different judge filling in. The judge could have been sick that day. The judge could have had an emergency that day. The judge could have had a meeting that day. For some reason, your official judge was not able to attend the hearing or conduct the hearing, then the person that's taking the place of the judge will be a different name. So I typically do not put this line item, and I don't get them rejected, so that doesn't cause a rejection. We're going to start it off as you're the petitioner and your name, or if it's filled out by an attorney, this would be the client's name. Hereinafter, I want to be called the conservator. I don't use the words hereinafter. Typically, I'll put quotes. I will say quotes, and sometimes I will say, quote, conservator, and a comma, quote, David, because sometimes I just want to refer to the person by his first name. I don't want to keep repeating David Lowry through the entire petition. So if I quote it here and say conservator, or and I also quote David, then anytime I mention the name, I could start my sentence with just conservator. I'm referring to David. Or if I just say David, then they know I'm referring to David, who's also the conservator. So as conservator of the estate of Jeannie, who is the conservatee, I present for settlement and allowance my first. And what I do after the word his is I copy this entire caption right here as this down here. Then I'll say petitioner respectfully states. And that's it. That's all I do up there. For the appointment, very important, you're telling the court so they don't have to go back and look at anything. You're being clear right here, right now. The appointment, always start with the appointment. It proves that David is the proper person to submit this. It proves he has the authority to submit and do this, and things of that nature. So I would state petitioner was appointed as the conservator of the person and estate of the conservatee, and what date. A lot of times you may start it off, petitioner was appointed as temporary conservator of the person and the estate, or maybe the petitioner was appointed as temporary conservator of just the estate, maybe not the person because somebody else was appointed of the person. Or I could be, so put it whatever the appointment was. Again, see this date, March 8th. Do you remember that we have that same date here? Right? So everything you will see will fall together, and why it's important. Your dates match. You have the proper dates. You give the proper information, because the examiner is going to verify. They're going to read this and go, oh, you were appointed on March 8th. Let me look at my system. Yep, I see the order. You were appointed on March 8th. If you put, I was appointed on March 18th because you have a typo, the probate examiner is going to go, wait, what? I see March 8th. The very second is you're going to get an examiner note. Please clarify. We show you were appointed on March 8th. Why are you stating March 18th? Please redo your accounting. Something of that nature. So make sure things match. Okay, then you're also going to state the date letters were issued. There are many times that letters are not issued on the day the appointment was granted by the court. Reason being is a lot of times the court will state that you have to come up with bond. When a bond is required for you to get your letters, it will take you a minute to go apply for that bond. First, you got to find a bond company, then go apply for that bond, then get approved. Then the bond company has to send you official papers to sign, and then you'll return those official papers back to the bond company. And then the bond company will go file the bond for you if that's what they do, or you will go file the bond. And days will happen in between the date the court ordered you appointed and the day you receive your letters. So you want to make sure that you're indicating the court, I was appointed. I didn't get my letters till later, but I was still appointed on this day. And at all times, you have been acting as the conservator. Sometimes I will change this. The reason being is sometimes I get cases where my conservator was temporarily removed because they did not file an accounting on time. And let me tell you, that's one of the number one reasons that people get removed, sometimes temporarily, sometimes permanently. If you don't file your accounting in the time period that you are supposed to, you can be removed. That doesn't alleviate you still having to do an accounting. You will be removed, and the court will still order you to do this accounting, and you must do it till the day you were removed. So it's important that sometimes I'll write in this last sentence, conservator was temporarily removed as the conservator on this specific date. And that's why they know I'm ending my accounting period on a specific date. So, but usually my line item will say this, they've been acting and they still are the conservator. Okay. Next one will be my inventory and appraisal. I'm telling the court, I completed an inventory and appraisal. I returned it to the court. I filed it with the court on what day. So when you file this inventory and appraisal, the court will stamp it right here. This wording will not be here. This is just for sample purposes. Court will stamp it right here what day you filed it. That's the day you will indicate what date you filed it on. And I'm telling the court, it showed a value to be 13142,258. Where is that coming from? Again, I'm going to go back to my inventory and appraisal. It will be my value that's right here on this total line. You will state that information. Okay, then typically a footer. I include a footer on mine. It ties the paper back to a certain case. So I typically do not do it the way it's shown in this example. When I put this over to the left side, my first line item is going to be conservatorship of Jeannie Lowry is what I put here. Then I follow it and move over here and put the case number, which is something that's right here. Then the next line item below, I'll put first account here. You do not copy this whole thing, just give them a few words that they can figure out it ties to. And then I'll put pages 1 of 5, 1 of 10, 1 of whatever. So that's the footer. Any questions on those two items? All right, moving right along. Number 3, the period of the account. So if you'll remember when you did an accounting and your GC, let me see if I see one here in the sample, the GC 400, I do, it's right here. You will give whatever time period that you completed here. This will go on that petition as your time period. So that's what they're looking for right here. This account report covers the time period from March 8th. Again, you'll see the same date on the inventory and appraisal, same date on your accounting, same date you've indicated right here you were appointed. And what was the ending date? That's indicated. So on my charges and credits, I am chargeable with this amount. I don't do mine that way. Let me quickly, I'm gonna bounce off and show you. Typically on my charges and credits, when I myself, and this is a sample that you are allowed to follow, but I'm going to also typically show you on a petition where I set them wrong. And if you give me 1 second, I'll just keep talking while I try to locate one. But typically what I'll do is I will indicate that the charges and credits split out. Sorry, you did not need to see all that. Switch this off. So I do a tiny bit different. I'm just trying to make sure I have one. No, that's not a conservatorship. So anyway, I'll keep going on, but I do my showing of my conservatorship or whatever accounts. I give a little bit more details to the court. Authorized investments. You will tell the court that, and you must be honest with this, you will tell the court that you kept all cash assets in interest-bearing account. Remember that where I said before that you must, as the conservator, as the probate administrator, as the guardian, you must put assets, cash into interest-bearing accounts. So when you do that, you must state that you put them in interest-bearing accounts. And I'm going to show you another example because I found it. And I hope it doesn't say the client's name. No. So I'm not going to scroll through it because it has client information, which is confidential, but I'm going to show you an example where I state under these charges and credits how I do petitions myself. So sorry for the background. Can you see it good enough? Is it big enough for you to see my sample? Or do you want me to make it all full screen it? That better?
It's good either way.
Okay, good. So you will see when I do them, this is the inventory and appraisal, the account, the inventory and appraisal, that was number 2 we went through. Here is my period of account, and I state when it began, when it ended. I show that exhibit 1 will be my accounting. I reiterate what my charges are. So value at the beginning of the period, my receipts are here, and my total charges. All of that, remember, is on the GC 400 page. Sorry, I know I'm switching back and forth. Where's the GC 400? Here.
It's quite helpful.
All I'm doing is repeating this right here. So if I had receipts, if I had gains, I would have indicated that on my petition. I would have added a line item that said gains and make sure my totals look like the summary page. Then I do the credits, which is the bottom. I do the same thing. I repeat the GC 400 summary page in mine. And I like doing this because I'm showing it several times. So I'm going to move that off and come back to the petition. I'm not there yet. So that's what I do instead of this section. But you can do it the way you want. That's just how I do it. Investments, again, you're stating all cash was in interest-bearing accounts. Sometimes I'll indicate here instead I didn't have any cash accounts, or if you truly did not have it in interest-bearing account, let me tell you, you're going to get a tiny smack on your hand. Understand, and I've seen this in cases before, where a conservator did not put money in an interest-bearing account, and a beneficiary or came back and actually sued the conservator for the loss of interest that beneficiary lost. And believe it or not, the conservator had to pay that beneficiary the interest that was lost, and it had to come out of their own personal funds. It didn't come from the conservatorship funds. It came from their own personal funds, where they had to reimburse the beneficiary that interest because they did not put the money in an interest-bearing account. So when you open up a conservatorship, checking, savings, however you choose to put money, you must make sure that that bank has it in an interest-bearing account. If it is not an interest-bearing account, you must immediately go back to that bank and switch it to an interest-bearing account. And then you would state that, but they also have a way of knowing that. If you have cash in account and on your schedules when you're doing the GC 400, you don't show any interest or you don't show any dividends, you don't think that court already knows you didn't have it in an interest-bearing account? They absolutely do. I can look at an accounting and go, why don't you have any interest? Why don't
Aren't all accounts interest-bearing?
Absolutely not.
Oh.
No. In fact, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, Chase, none of their checking accounts are interest-bearing accounts unless you choose a specific checking account that's an interest-bearing account. And usually those were titled a tiny bit different. They're not just called checking, they're called some fancy name of a checking. So please make sure you keep the money in an interest-bearing account. Okay,
So
I know
like Premier checking account?
Yeah, it could be called that. Yes, that's one name for it. Just make sure it's an interest-bearing account. So again, when you're opening up accounts, ask the banker, please verify for me. This is an interest-bearing account. Otherwise, I cannot use it. That's always the safe bet. Again, you're not going to be, if it happened where it's not a count, you didn't realize it, but you immediately went and switched it, as long as you say, hey, I realized it wasn't in an interest bearing account, but I quickly switched it, you're going to be fine, hun, trust me. But please make sure and verify and catch it as soon as possible and correct it. Okay, statement of liabilities. If there are any liabilities, please indicate them. Sometimes I don't use this type of wording. I'm going to go back to my sample. Sometimes I just indicate reverse mortgage. If I know there is a reverse mortgage on the home, then I indicate there is a liability. There's a reverse mortgage. Sometimes I may indicate that there's a first or a second mortgage on. Sometimes I know the amount, sometimes I don't. Those kind of things are really important. Or if you know that there's a lien or anything of that nature, you must indicate that here. Again, you're being forthwith. You're providing every information to beneficiaries so they know, okay, the house is worth $1 million, but it has a reverse mortgage of 500,000. So really that house is only worth 500,000. And then it's got to be split by 5 of us. So I know I'm only getting $100,000. But then I have to consider, I have to take out expenses because there's going to be maybe a administrator fee, maybe a attorney fee, maybe a reimbursement of expenses fee. You have to start breaking that down. But at least you're not hiding anything. You're not hiding there's a reverse mortgage to where somebody thinks, oh my God, I'm inheriting $1 million home. Not quite, you're not quite. You've got a reverse mortgage that's half the value, and you're going to have to deal with that too. So indicate everything, honey. That's all I got to say. Now, the next line item is going to be something you don't have to put in if this wasn't part of your case. So I rarely will indicate a sale of an automobile, only because this was the sample that is here. So you want the court to approve. Sometimes it might be not be a sale of that automobile. Sometimes it might be it went to the wrecking yard. It was donated. It was
Given to a family member?
Gifted to a family member, but be careful with that. Be very, very careful with that. I can tell you how to handle that, but I talk to an attorney. If you are distributing any assets prior to a court order, please, I say, please don't do that. Please try not to do that.
Okay.
Just be careful. Always get court approval, because then if somebody other beneficiary doesn't like it, you can say, well, the court approved it. Use the court as your court approved it. My attorney said I could do it.
Yeah, blame it on the court.
Attorneys would rather you use the court said you could do it than them, but that's a whole, I digress on that. So again, if you have no sale of automobile, nothing happened during your account period, then you would not indicate there. But we had an automobile. I don't typically use all this wording. I'll just say conservator sold 1967 Rolls Royce non-operable blah 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 to so and so, and I got this amount of money, or whatever was indicated on your accounting.
So you only list the items that apply to
Correct.
your accounting.
Now, let me be very clear, because this has happened for many years where people misunderstood what I was saying. Line items 1 through 6 must be on every petition, must be, or the examiner's going to say, hey, you missed something here. When we get to number 7, if 7 wasn't part or had nothing to do with your accounting, you didn't have an automobile, then 7 can be eliminated and 7 becomes something else. So be very careful on what you include that I tell you is mandatory and what you include that's optional. So 7 is an optional item, only 7 right now. We haven't gone through the rest. Okay, number 8 is the sale of furniture. You may have sold it, you may not have sold it, you may have donated it, you may have had a garage sale, you may have had an estate sale, you may have just trashed it because it wasn't worth a penny. Just state what you did with it. Be honest. The furniture was worn, old, not repairable, and not worth anything. What I typically like to do with conservatorship estates, especially when you're talking about furniture and things of that nature, if you're a administrator, conservator, whatever, I truly tend to like to give notice to all beneficiaries or potential beneficiaries that says, hey, I have this set of whatever it is, sofa, bed, dresser, whatever it is. Would any of you be interested in these items before I donate them or before I trash them, take them to the dump? Because if you would like them, I'm giving you first opportunity. I want you to know I'm going to discard them. And if you want them, please let me know within a certain time period, and I'd be happy to help you get that item. That's always best when you do that, because if somebody needed a sofa, even though you might think it's trash, that might be all they have, and they'd be fine with throwing a cover on it and moving on, right? So please make sure you ask them before you discard items. That's always a good thing, because then you can even tell the court, hey, I asked them if they wanted it, they didn't, so I finally trashed it. So that's 8 is also optional. Any questions before I move on to the next set? I'm trying to talk fast. I know it's 12:30, everyone. Okay, I'm gonna move on. Sale of real property, that's again optional. You may not have sale of real property, but again, it's listed. Additional bond. This is not optional, and you may not say additional bond. I'm going to refer back to my copy and how I do it. You'll see here as number 6, I just say bond. Bond was ordered in the amount of this. The conservator believes that the total amount of the bond filed in this proceeding is sufficient. Now, if you think about it, I know as somebody who's smart, I know you attorneys, I see Kay getting closer trying to look at it. You will see my bond was only for $284,000. My total assets are $1 million. I know, who was it? I think it was Beth answered the question earlier. Is my bond sufficient? No. But what did I state down here? Yeah, the conservator believes it's sufficient. So it's up to the judge where they go, well, how do you believe? Where are you believing that from? Sometimes understand that the bond and whether it's sufficient or not only has to do, they only count cash because that's what disappears. They don't count houses and things of that nature. Sometimes the courts, LA down south, they're getting a tiny bit more picky where they're including the value of like a home in a bond or things of that nature. So, that could be a difference. So really my bond wasn't sufficient in that case that I just showed you, but we put it and it went through.
So if you have a beneficiary that's waived it, you just put bond is waived.
Correct. That's exactly what I would put.
Thank you.
Now, in this case, this person wanted to indicate, hey, I realize I only had a bond for a very low amount. Now I have a house that turned from a piece of property into cash. So now here we go with this cash, which the courts get very nervous about because cash disappears. That they were a little bit nervous, and in the sample, the conservator themselves move forward, probably at the recommendation of the attorney, that said, how about you go notify your bond company that you wish to increase your bond to cover all your cash now. And so in this sample here, this person increased their bond because they knew the court was going to do it and they wanted to do the actions ahead of time. I don't do those. But they wanted to go ahead of time and have the court tell them. They didn't wait for court. They said, okay, I just automatically increased the bond. So that was nice. Okay, moving on. This is just informational purposes. Let me go back. I'm very, very sorry. 10 is a mandatory statement. It is not only, I think 7, 8, and 9 were optional. 10 is mandatory, included on there. 11, we get to 11. This is very important. No affiliate relationships. Again, you will see in my sample, which I showed you, I've indicated no affiliate relationships. That's very important. Now, if you did have affiliated relationships, you wouldn't use the word no, you would just say affiliated relationships. During the account period, conservator hired my sister, my brother-in-law, my whomever who is a family member to assist me with cleaning out the house. The only thing you have to be very careful about when you do this, and I use this example in every time I state it. Say, for instance, I'm a conservator and my conservatee has a homeowners association attached to the house where the front of the house has to be landscaped once a week, or every 2 weeks, or at least on a regular basis, right? Must keep the front of the house in pristine condition, whatever it is. Now, my landscaper tells me, hey, by the way, you've paid me so well, I'm going to take a vacation to Italy for a month, and I'm going to be gone for a month. And you paid me so well, I'm taking my whole family, and there's not going to be anyone here. I'm going to go, oh, Jesus, I'm in trouble. I got to find a landscaper, right? So I'm going to use the example at the very same time my son comes home from college. And he's not doing anything because he just got, out of school. He doesn't have a job. And I say, hey, son, mama needs your help a little bit here. Can you do me a favor and can you go landscape this person's house and I'll pay you $100 every time you go there? And he goes, sure. Dang, I need a book. I needed new Nikes, whatever it was. He says, sure. My problem is that I typically pay my gardener $50, but I want to beg my son to do it, and I want him to do me a favor because I don't want to go searching for somebody else. I'm going to have a huge, huge, huge problem with this. If you can only imagine, if I was paying a regular landscaper $50 every time they go, and I then decide when that landscaper isn't available that I'm going to pay my son, family affiliated, my aunt, my nephew, my father-in-law, my whatever, I'm going to pay him $100 just because I think he's cute. And I think he'll do a great job. You must not do that. You will end up paying back this conservatorship the amount of money that you overspended to pay your own family member. Please don't ever do that. Don't do it. Don't do it. But there's nothing wrong because I have there's another case. I have several examples where it was a conservator and her husband was a licensed caregiver. And the husband was the caregiver for the mom and the husband was paid. There's nothing wrong with that as long as that husband is paid the same fee that any other caregiver would be paid. Then, of course, you just write, yes, a family member was the caregiver, but he made the same, I paid him $40 an hour, just like I would have paid any other caregiver. And as long as you say that, you're good. Like, one more example I'll give is one time the conservator was selling the house. His wife was the actual selling agent on the property. Then wife found the buyer. So she was the selling agent, the buyer's agent, and the wife of the conservator. At that point, it's fine that she is all of that and you used all of that because of the fact that you are going to report. I paid her the same fees, commissions that I would have paid any other person. And as long as you state that, you're good. Like, that's perfect. That's what you're supposed to do. It only becomes a problem if you pay them a different amount, typically more than what you would pay another professional. Or say my son has never done a damn landscape job in his life and I'm paying him 100 and a professional landscaper only gets 50. No, that would never slide. So be careful with that, but always state if a family member was paid. Now, if a family member was not paid, but they helped you liquidate a house, not liquidate, remove all the furniture and clear out the house, if they weren't paid, you don't have to mention a thing. It's only if they're paid. Got it? Okay, moving down, conservator's compensation. Sometimes the conservator wants to be paid, sometimes they don't. That truly is up to you or up to the person who is actually the conservator. So I always put this in here is mandatory whether or not this could state administrator if it isn't a conservatorship. It could say guardians compensation if it's a guardianship. But this would be information you could include in there. And again, I'll show you my sample, which is not much different. But the conservator has spent 150 hours. That's during the account period. Do not account for any hours before the account period or after the account period. This is only during the account period itself. Have provided 150 hours. Conservatee is his mother. He's visited the facility. He's made sure she's receiving proper care. Her needs were met. Things of that nature. He also went and sold the vacation home. He received no compensation up to this point. I don't know if it was said. I think I heard. I wasn't really in on much of Rex's talk, but remember, as a conservator, it is extremely important. You never, ever, ever pay yourself without a court order. Never, ever, ever pay yourself without a court order. That includes do not reimburse yourself for expenses you paid out of your money from the conservatorship account until you get that approved. It's only you as the conservator. Be very, very careful. It's actually, there's two people. You cannot pay an attorney any money from the conservatorship account prior to getting court approval. It is against the law for an attorney to accept any conservatorship funds until the court has approved it. Now, that doesn't mean if the conservator wishes to use their own money to pay the attorney a deposit or a whatever they wish to call it, retainer. If you use your own money to pay that attorney, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing. If they put it in a retainer account and use it as they go, they cannot take conservatorship funds or guardianship funds prior to a court order. This is the court order. Now, if the attorney thinks, well, I'm going to do a lot of work in between this accounting and the next accounting, they also can ask for advance funds for what they anticipate the next period of whatever to happen. They can ask to be paid monthly because there's ongoing litigation or stuff they're going to be doing. Things like that. Be very careful. Do not take money from the conservatorship's funds unless you have approval from the court. So again, you will see in my sample that I did, conservator spent many 12-hour days. I think this conservatorship traveled quite a bit. The conservatee was her aunt. She goes to her aunt's house 4 days a week. She met with medical staff. She meets with the care teams. She filed a conservatorship. She goes to the court hearings. She purchases personal grooming items, made sure she's being taken care of. Her personal needs were met. She marshaled all the assets, paid the bills promptly, managed the estate frugally. That's very important. And up to this point has received no compensation. But in this case, you will see they waived compensation because that's her aunt. She doesn't want to take any money from her aunt. Perfectly fine. If you want that, then you do that. If you want to be paid, you can be paid. But again, it will be a certain amount. Let me state that typically each court will create what's called the local court rules. I think it's the court rules of court that's established for all of California. And you really don't find it on a court website. I think Contra Costa has it because I've done a lot of Contra Costa, but it used to be, although, and I'm not sure how long ago it changed, but it used to be the standard rate for a person who is not a fiduciary, which is all of us except for attorneys. And unless you have a fiduciary license, and then you get a different fee. But non-professional fiduciaries, it used to be the rate was $50 an hour, 50. It now increased, I think, to 75. Although I realize there is an increase, I sometimes can find it and sometimes I can't. I stick to the $50 compensation per hour. Always have, and it seems to work very well. I don't get any, I haven't had, knock on wood, any courts come back and say, your fees are a little egregious or a little much or blah, blah, blah. I stick to 50 an hour for a non-professional fiduciary. Again, attorneys, totally different thing. And professional fiduciaries, totally different thing. So keep that in mind and stay within it. If the conservator requests fees reimbursement, I will put C invoice or C invoice details exhibit 2 because I already have exhibit 1, and I include a copy or have the conservator complete an invoice that shows date, time, what they did, how many hours they spent, and what total fee they're asking for. That's how I do it. Okay, attorney compensation. This is a mandatory, keep it in, even if you do not hire an attorney. If I do not hire an attorney, or if the person, or not me personally, but if the person did not hire an attorney, I typically would write in here, the estate did not have enough funds for to be able to hire an attorney, so no attorney to be paid. But in this case, the conservator did hire an attorney. The attorney must complete an invoice. Typically, that has a declaration at the bottom that says, the declaration that an attorney will know how to write. And I attach it as an exhibit that says what they did, how much they're requesting. It will show their hourly rate. It will say what they did and things of that nature. So that would be added. I'm almost done. Are any questions up to this point? Because I haven't given you guys a break.
I have a question.
Go for it, honey.
So I have conservatorship over my grandmother, and when I had got it was actually not too long ago. My uncle had the conservatorship of the estate first, and I recently got it myself after a year and a half, fighting him in court. How, because I set up a big account for her, the only big account they gave me an option to, which was a conservator bank account. They didn't give me a debit card for it. They said I can't get a debit card for it. The only thing I can do is withdraw or pay with
Write checks. That's correct.
checks. And she had things going on with her home that I needed to address right away. So I purchased those items and I reimbursed myself with that
Nope.
account.
Can't do it. Can't do it, honey.
So I have to put the money back.
I would put the money, I myself would put the money back, show it in the accounting, and then file a petition. And because your petition was due after 1 year, file a petition and ask for reimbursement.
Okay, so
you want to show the court, I know it's a hassle. I know you needed the money or whatever, but you have to be very careful and get court approval first, hon. I'm sorry.
Okay. Even so, I only had conservatorship of the person the whole time. He had conservatorship of the estate. The only thing he actually gave me was her bills, and he didn't give me anything else regarding final expenses or anything like that. He didn't give me nothing. So I'm trying to reach through her attorneys to him to get the information, but I have to do an accounting even though I didn't have the estate yet.
Hold on, honey, 1 second. You will just need to make sure that typically, and again, I'm not an attorney, I'm not giving you legal advice. Typically, every conservatorship, when a person is removed, they are still responsible to do an accounting. So the new person has a complete list of all the items that they took control of that are on that accounting. So if whomever does not give you an accounting, there is nothing wrong with you going back to court and asking, and I'm just shocked the court didn't force them to do an accounting, but ask for an accounting, and yours goes from the day you were appointed forward. So you just go after theirs.
Okay. So then put the money back and then do my accounting.
And then ask for reimbursement.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome, hon. I'm sorry it works that way. A lot of people don't like it. A lot of people say, I didn't have the funds to front it. Well, that's something that you just need to consider before you take it on the conservator role.
So when you're doing a probate estate and you did this same thing where you were paying off, say, a car because otherwise it was going to go into
foreclosure or a repo.
Yeah. Had a little bit left. So I paid it, and then because I was also had the power of attorney before she was deceased, which is my mother, and I did the pro per as for the estate as the administrator. I applied for all that. That takes a while through the courts, and then I did that. So in the meantime, I paid out of my money and then I reimburse myself. I told you guys before when I was in another accounting class, but so all I can do, because I didn't have the money to pay for it.
Yeah. I understand. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off because I want to move forward rather quickly. We're getting to one. For probate, this does not, you are allowed to reimburse yourself. This is just conservatorships and guardianships that you have to worry about touching the funds without a court approval. In a probate, you can do it.
So I just have to, of course, show it that I did it.
That's correct. Yes.
Accounting part. Okay, thank you. Go ahead forward.
Okay, veterans benefit. This is something that must go on your petition. Basically, you're saying the conservatee did not receive any money from the Veterans Affairs. So this, make sure you include state hospital, especially for conservatorships. You want to make sure that you indicate whether or not the conservatee was in a state facilitated hospital. So make sure you indicate that. The conservatee's address, you would put where the conservatee is now living. That must be on there. Down to account statements, you will want to indicate that you will submit to the court, but you will not attach the bank statements to this accounting. The reason being our bank statements are filed with the court confidentially, meaning no one can ever go to the court and ask for those bank statements. The courts will refuse them. And this court accounting or petition, anybody can go and pull this petition. So what you will need to do is a separate cover page that says, and typically all I do is take something very similar to this and put confidential bank statements. And then here in the middle of the page, I'll put confidential bank statements. And then I put all my bank statements behind there. So again, please do not ever attach your bank statements to this petition or file them on their own without really stating they're confidential. Very important. Now, most of the accountings, except for kind of conservatorships, they can be a little funny, but most courts are okay with you only submitting the beginning account period. So the bank, all of the bank statements. If you have 10 accounts, you'll have 10 bank statements all for 1 month. So all of the bank statements that cover March 2012, which was our account period, and all of the bank statements that include the last day of your accounting. That's really all that needs to be submitted to the court. Sometimes I'll submit them all, sometimes, but typically, sometimes I will submit only the first and the end, and then if I get examiner notes back that say, hey, where's all the statements in between, I'll say, oopsie, and then I'll submit them, but I don't get those anymore. That was years ago, and they go, where's the rest of your bank statements? But you must submit the bank statements, every one of them. Remember, the rules have kind of changed a little bit because when you used to have to file bank statements, they had to be originals. They could not be printed ones. I'm going to put somebody, I'm going to put somebody's talking and I can't tell who it is. Anyway, so bank statements, when you used to be able to submit them, you could not include something you printed off the internet. you had to go to the bank and have the bank stamp the back of it that says, this is a copy that I printed. Just realize that the courts know that people can manipulate PDFs. So if I wanted to be shady in any way whatsoever, I could take a PDF of a bank statement, I print it offline, and I can change totals. I can change amounts. I could wipe out line items to where, oops, I took a little bit of cash or whatever it is. That's what they're looking for now that they're submitted electronically. Down in LA, they used to have me fill out like a declaration from the attorney that stated that the attorney kept the original bank statements and will always keep those original bank statements if the court wishes to have them. But they're still turned in. But with electronic filing, now they're easing up a tiny bit that you might be submitting. They can't tell if you're submitting real live paper bank statements or printed off the internet because they all look the same, right? So it's really dependent on the court, but they're easing up a little bit on that. I state give original bank statements, please. Now, a lot of people tell me, hey, my bank doesn't send me the bank statements. I only have online access. Then that would require you going to the bank and asking the bank to print them for you, so that you can turn them in. Okay, capital changes. Capital changes really have to do with more or less selling, and a lot of times I use capital changes when it comes to, let's say, capital changes. Like sometimes if I take money and a big investment account and switch it from just a regular conservatorship investment to a trust or something of that nature, I have indicated things there, but most of the time, the only other reason I've used capital changes was in 2020 during COVID, so it might come up again for people later on in a few years. In 2020, when the stock market did the horrendous crash, and people lost a lot of their 401ks and a lot of their investments in the stock market and things of that nature, I did indicate for a long period, hey, I just wanted to let you know, I myself lost 60 grand in the stock market because of COVID and the stock crashes. You're just putting it out there. Now that the stock market has absolutely 100% tanked within this month, pretty much, but it was trickling down a few months before. There's going to be many times the courts will see capital changes. Many people lost their 401k accounts. Many people lost huge amounts of money in the stock market. It was not your doing as the conservator. It just happened. So I'm going to be taking this section right here and actually indicating a lot in my accountings going forward. The purpose that my assets have gone from, a happy sunshine life to dead flowers, because it's, gonna happen. Okay, I'm almost done. We're at the prayer. So then you have your statement of liabilities. Again, I'd repeat if there was a mortgage, what have you. If not, I don't always include this in. You have your request for special notice or special notice. Make sure make sure you know if somebody has filed a request for special notice. Most of the time I'll indicate there is no request for special notice, but if there is and people have filed a request for special notice, I'll state a request for special notice has been filed, and I am giving notice to franchise tax board at this address or whatever. So that's how that goes. Now we're getting down to the prayer. What do you want the court to do with all the information you just submitted, right? So my prayer, so what I'm asking the court to do is I want this account and report to be approved and settled. I want all the acts that I've shown you in the accounting and in my petition to be approved. Again, number 3, if you didn't have a sale of an automobile, leave it out. Number 4, if you didn't sell furniture, don't put that in there. Now getting down to number 5. Number 5 says, and I don't use this exact wording myself, but I'm going to show you, let me see if I can show you without showing the client name. Again, in my prayer of this case, I put the first account went through this period. I want it settled in file. I want the court to authorize the reimbursement to the petitioner because they paid fees and any other expenses. Now, this case didn't have an attorney, so otherwise you would put, I want to reimburse myself for $500 and 6, I want the attorney to be paid for $3,500 and anything else the court deems proper. Then I dated, and this line item could be the attorney. This would be where an attorney would sign. Otherwise, this is going to be the conservator. This piece down here, I do not put at all on mine, but there's one more page. That's the verification. You must, and I'll tell you 1,000 million, whatever times, you must have a verification on every single petition. If you don't have it, the courts won't even look at anything you do. Basically, this verification, and you can repeat it word for word, is, again, maybe not. A conservator, if you're not the conservator and you're the administrator, change the word to the administrator. If you're a guardian, change the word to guardian. But otherwise, you're basically saying, to the best of my knowledge, this is true and correct, and I declare under penalty of perjury that under the laws of California that it's true and correct. You'll date and you'll sign it. And then one more thing, which I don't see on the sample, is I will create a blank page, and I come down to about line 24, and I'll say Exhibit A in bold, black letters, usually bigger font that says Exhibit A. That's all, or Exhibit 1, I'm sorry, Exhibit 1. And then I'll do a separate page for Exhibit 2. And then when I print it out, I will make sure that behind the Exhibit 1 page will be my accounting I completed, and behind the Exhibit 2 page would be my spreadsheet where I'm asking for expenses reimbursement. So that that would be my Exhibit 2, turn it all in, and then wait for a court date. And that's all we have. I will tell you, you're welcome to come back anytime you want. This is on mine showing a very old schedule, but there is a new schedule that came out in the handouts. You may attend the class multiple times, just like we have Robin doing, and we love it, Robin. Welcome back. So you can attend as many times as you want, but the material is basically pretty much the same. It doesn't change much.
Yeah, but the jokes are improved each time.
I'm not sure about all that, but okay. Not mine anyway. I'm not sure. Anyway, that is the end of the class. Does anybody have any questions about what I went through or the ending or the prayer or anything about the petition itself? And again, realize there's also an order that has to be done down in Southern California. You cannot submit the order prior to a hearing. So orders are not submitted ahead of time. Here in Northern California, where I am, you must submit an order ahead of time. So make sure you know with your court whether you need to submit your order before or after. And then lastly, you will need to complete a notice of hearing. And this is for all cases where basically you're telling everybody who's involved in your case what date the hearing is, what you submitted, providing them a copy and showing the court that you've delivered it to everybody and then turning it in. And then you just wait for your hearing date. And the next one's easy peasy, right? Right. So
thank you, Rex and Tamra. You guys are awesome as usual.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I hope you learned anything. I'm going to actually switch to the two. How about Stephen and Akili? Did you learn anything? Was this helpful as attorneys or even paralegals? Was it helpful enough? I know it's a little bit different than propers doing it, but how do you feel about it?
It's helpful. I appreciate it. You raised a couple points that gave me things to consider in reviewing accountings. So,
great.
Yeah.
Great. Awesome.
Especially, you made an interesting point because I tend, when I'm making a pleading, to have the footer as an exact duplicate of the caption. And I'm starting to think that sometimes when you wind up with 4 lines, maybe I'll just summarize it. So that was a helpful suggestion, even if it's not specific to court accountings.
Right. It doesn't matter what kind of petition or what I'm doing, whether it's an 850 or anything else. I typically try to put the first maybe 4 or 5 words of my caption only as my bottom line in my footer.
Yeah, I think that's a fair thing to do. So thank you for that.
Awesome.
It's interesting. So I'll put multiple documents in there, right, and separate them by a semicolon, right? It'll be like petition for instructions, semicolon, verification, semicolon.
Oh yeah, I don't ever do that. Otherwise, you have a footer that's almost as thick as your petition, right?
Yeah, it's usually a couple lines. But I mean, unless you're encountering a page number, I figure, well, I'll just submit it as it is.
And then if you have to put footnotes and everything else down at the bottom there, your footer is just huge.
It can get unwieldy.
Yeah. I can see why.
All right, well, but thank you.
Thank you. What about Akili? Are you still here? She's muted, or she
No,
might.
I'm here. I'm here.
Good.
Sorry.
What did you think, sweetheart?
I thought it was great. Really, really great. I think I'm going to have to come back to the second one.
Good. Good. You're welcome.
I didn't follow completely, but I'm better off than I was when I started. But I was just about to send you a message in chat. I've got a client meeting in 3 minutes.
No worries.
Okay,
we're done. We're done. Log off, honey.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Enjoy your day.
Thank you. You too.
All right.
Bye.
So I'm going to close the meeting out now, Tamara.
Okay.